Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found a locked diary in a library book, and it described my day perfectly, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing that didn't fit was the receipt, not the library receipt itself. Those always looked faintly guilty to me, like they had been printed on paper stolen from a gas station pump. This one came out of the self-checkout machine at the Providence Public Library on Washington Street, warm at the edges and curling into my palm. And it listed the 3 books I'd borrowed in a tidy column. 1 history of abandoned mill towns, 1 paperback thriller with a cracked spine, and 1 gardening book I'd grabbed for my mother because she had recently decided Basil was temperamental. Then, under the due date, printed in the same pale gray ink, was a 4th line. Don't take the red umbrella. I stood there with the receipt pinched between 2 fingers while the machine made its polite little beep behind me, as if it had simply finished doing its job. My name is Claire Hensley. I was 31 then, female, and living alone in a 3rd-floor apartment on the east side of Providence, Rhode Island, in a building where the radiators knocked all winter and somebody below me cooked garlic at midnight. I worked as a freelance copy editor, which meant I spent most of my days fixing other people's sentences and pretending that counted as human contact. I had a bad habit of rehearsing conversations before they happened, even casual ones, and a worse habit of assuming any mistake was probably mine. That day, I had come to the library because my apartment Wi-Fi had been flickering in and out since breakfast, and because rain was supposed to move in by 4, the kind of April rain that seemed harmless on weather apps, but turned the sidewalks dark and slick in 10 minutes. The self-checkout station sat near the broad front windows, not far from the security gates, and the little cart where people left books they didn't want to reshelve. Outside, buses sighed at the curb. A siren dopplered somewhere toward Kennedy Plaza, thin and ordinary. Inside, the library had its usual smell. Dust warmed by old lights, damp coats, copier toner, and the paper-sweet smell of children's books that had been touched by too many small hands. I looked around. Nobody was watching me. A mother in a denim jacket was crouched beside a stroller, trying to persuade a toddler to put his shoe back on. 2 brown students were whispering at a table with laptops open, their faces lit blue. The librarian at the front desk was explaining printing fees to an older man who kept tapping his debit card against the counter like the tapping might clarify things. Still, the line on the receipt stayed there. Don't take the red umbrella. I folded the receipt once, then unfolded it as if the crease would rearrange the words into something less personal. It didn't. On the floor beside my tote bag leaned my umbrella. Red, not bright fire engine red, more of a faded cranberry, with 1 bent rib and a black plastic handle gone shiny from use. I had bought it at a CVS 2 years earlier during a thunderstorm because I was already late for a dentist appointment decided, with the kind of confidence only panic gives you, that $14 was a reasonable price for dryness. The receipt had to be a glitch, a prank, some weird test print from whoever maintained the machine. Maybe another patron had typed something into a note field and the machine had burped it onto mine. That was the explanation I liked best because it required the least amount of imagination. I was still staring at the receipt when someone said, "Claire." I turned too fast and clipped my tote against the checkout pedestal. The paperback thriller slid halfway out, flapping open like a wounded bird. Maggie Doyle, 29, female, stood a few feet behind me with a stack of returns hugged to her chest. She was from Cranston originally, but she had the kind of face strangers trusted with directions. Open, freckled, quick to smile, even when she was tired. Maggie and I had been friends since college, though lately friends had meant sending each other memes at bad hours and apologizing for not getting coffee. She worked part-time at the library while finishing a certificate in archival studies, and she had the permanently practical air of someone who carried extra pens and band-aids. "Sorry," she said. "Did I scare you?" "No," I lied. Her eyes dropped to the receipt. "Machine, eat your card again. It printed something weird. Define weird. Because last week it charged a guy 12 cents for emotional damages." I handed her the slip. Maggie shifted the books against her hip and read it. Her expression did not change dramatically. That was one of the reasons I liked her. Maggie didn't perform alarm unless alarm had filed the proper paperwork. She looked at my umbrella, then back at the receipt. "Huh," she said. "Huh, I mean, it's weird. That's all. What do you want me to do, scream?" "No, I don't know." She studied the receipt again, holding it close enough that the thermal paper trembled slightly in the draft from the front doors. A man came in shaking rain from his jacket, even though the rain hadn't started in earnest yet, just a mist fine enough to make the glass doors look breathed on. "Could be from the previous user," Maggie said. "Sometimes people print lists from their accounts, or staff notes if someone's messing around in the backend. The backend knows about my umbrella. The backend knows many things. That's not comforting." "It wasn't meant to be," she smiled, but it didn't quite land. At the desk, the older man finally got his print job working. The machine spat out one page, then another, each sheet hitting the tray with a soft, papery slap. The sound made me flinch, which embarrassed me more than the receipt. Maggie noticed. Of course she did. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I've just had a stupid morning." That part was true. My landlord had texted at 8:12 to say a maintenance guy might come by sometime today or tomorrow to check a leak in the apartment above mine. My mother had called twice, but left no voicemail, which meant either she had forgotten why she was calling, or she was annoyed at me for not answering. Then my internet died during a file upload, and the client, a cheerful man in Seattle who wrote leadership books for people who already had too much confidence, emailed me 3 question marks like punctuation, was a hostage situation. So I came to the library to work. Simple, normal. "I can take it to Jonah," Maggie said. "Who's Jonah?" "Our IT guy." "Well, our digital services coordinator, because titles are free and salaries are not." She turned toward the reference desk and called Jonah. "Can you look at something?" Jonah Mercer, 42 male, emerged from behind a low shelf of new nonfiction, carrying a tablet and a half-eaten granola bar wrapped in a napkin. He was from Worcester, Massachusetts, though he had lived in Providence for years, and he dressed the way many library tech people dressed. Soft plaid shirt, dark jeans, sneakers that looked chosen for stairs rather than style. He had a calm, narrow face and the mild exhaustion of a man who had explained password resets to the public since 2009. Maggie gave him the receipt. Self-checkout printed a message. Jonah read it, then glanced at me and the umbrella. He did not say, "Huh." He said, "That shouldn't happen." I wished he had said, "Huh." "Can it happen?" I asked. "Almost anything can happen once if enough software is involved." He leaned one elbow on the checkout station and tapped the screen. But custom text doesn't just appear in the due date footer, not from a patron account. "Great," Maggie said. That sounded like the first line of a deposition. Jonah ignored her and opened a staff menu with a key card. I watched the screen shift through several boring boxes: circulation mode, receipt settings, device status. His fingers moved with practiced irritation. The toddler near the stroller began chanting, "No shoe, no shoe, no shoe," in a rising voice. From somewhere upstairs came the heavy roll of a book cart, wheels over carpet. Bump, bump, bump. Jonah frowned. "What?" I asked. "Printer template is normal." "So where did it come from?" He tapped again. "Could be a cached job. Could be someone sent a test string through the network." "A test string that mentions her umbrella?" Maggie asked. Jonah looked at the umbrella again, and this time he seemed less willing to do it directly. His eyes skimmed it and moved away. "Coincidences get creepy when they're specific," he said. "Doesn't make them impossible." That sentence stayed with me longer than it should have. Maggie handed the receipt back. "You could leave the umbrella here and defeat the prophecy." "It's not a prophecy." "I know. I'm being emotionally supportive in my own style. I need it if it rains. You can borrow one from Lost and Found. We have 6 black umbrellas, 1 green one, and something that might be a parasol or a broken bat." I looked at my red umbrella. It leaned against my tote with stupid innocence. My private fear, though I would not have called it that then, was that I was easier to track than I wanted to believe. I didn't post much online. I didn't share my location. I kept curtains half closed even in daylight because my building faced another building. And at night, the opposite windows turned into dark squares with human shapes passing through them. Still, there were always little reminders that privacy was mostly a story we told ourselves. Ads for shoes after I talked about shoes. Delivery drivers knowing my hallway. A neighbor mentioning he saw me leave early, just making conversation, probably. I put the receipt in my coat pocket. "I'll use the Lost and Found," I said. Maggie's eyebrows rose. "Really? Now you've made it weird." "I made it weird. The machine made it weird. You gave it structure." Jonah snorted softly and closed the staff menu. "I'll check the print logs." Should I be worried? He took too long to answer. Then he said, "Not yet. Not yet." There are phrases that seem harmless because they are technically reassuring, until your brain picks them up and turns them around under better light. I slid the red umbrella under the edge of the returns cart, where Maggie said she'd keep an eye on it, and took a black one from the lost and found bin. It smelled faintly of wet metal and somebody else's cologne. The handle was sticky near the wrist strap. I should have left then. I had my books. I had my borrowed umbrella. I had a normal explanation that would probably become a story Maggie and I laughed about in 2 weeks. But my Wi-Fi was still down. My deadline was still waiting, and the library had desks with outlets. So I went upstairs to the quiet reading room, where the lamps had green glass shades, and the windows looked out over the wet shine of Washington Street. The room was half full. A young man in a beanie slept over an open textbook. An older woman copied notes from a genealogy binder with precise blue handwriting. A man at the far end whispered into his phone until someone hissed at him, and he left with offended dignity. I chose a table near the back wall, not directly by the windows, not directly by the door. That was another thing I did, positioning. I told myself it was because I liked seeing the room. The truth was uglier and smaller. I didn't like being surprised from behind. I unloaded my laptop, charger, notebook, and the books I'd borrowed. The gardening book went at the bottom. The Milltown history was heavier than it looked, with a cloth cover faded at the corners. The thriller had a library sticker peeling near the spine and a title embossed in cheap metallic red. When I opened it, something slid from the middle and dropped into my lap. A small book, not a bookmark, not a folded note, a book. It landed against my thigh with a soft thud that I felt more than heard. I sat very still. Object was about the size of my hand, bound in dark blue faux leather with rounded corners, and a tiny brass-colored lock on the side. A diary, the kind sold in stationery stores to kids who think privacy comes with a key and a heart-shaped clasp. Only this one wasn't cute. The cover was worn smooth at the edges. The lock had scratches around it, as if someone had worried at it with a paperclip or the tip of a knife. For a second, all I could hear was the radiator ticking under the windows. Tick, tick, tick. Then the sleeping student snored once and shifted, and the spell broke. I looked around the reading room. Nobody reacted. Nobody pointed. Nobody rushed over to claim it. I picked it up carefully. It was heavier than I expected. Something inside made the pages bulge unevenly, pressing the covers apart as far as the lock would allow. There was no name on the outside, no sticker, no library barcode. I checked the thriller, shaking it gently by the spine. Nothing else fell out. The pages where the diary had been hidden were bent around its shape, forming a neat little hollow. It had been placed there on purpose. My phone buzzed on the table. I almost knocked over my coffee. It was a text from Maggie. Printer log says receipt printed from your checkout session. Jonah says don't panic, which is what men say when panic is an option. I stared at the message, then at the diary. The black umbrella leaned against my chair, dripping slowly onto the carpet, even though I hadn't opened it outside. Each drop made a dark bead that vanished into the fibers. I typed, something else weird happened, then deleted it. Typed, can you come upstairs? Deleted that too. This is the part I am embarrassed to admit I didn't want to look dramatic. I didn't want Maggie to come upstairs and find me holding a child's locked diary like it was evidence in a murder trial, only for it to turn out to be some teenager's journal full of song lyrics and algebra complaints. I had spent most of my adult life trying not to be the person who overreacted. So I did what people do when they are afraid and ashamed of being afraid. I tried to solve it quietly. The lock was cheap. A 3-digit combination, brass-colored, with tiny wheels set to 0. Turned them, nothing. I tried 123, nothing. 911, because my brain was apparently a dog chasing emergency lights. Nothing. The genealogy woman looked up at the faint clicking. I stopped. On the inside cover of the thriller, the due date slip showed a sequence of old stamps from before everything went digital. Some dates were more than 10 years old. The book had passed through hundreds of hands. Anyone could have left the diary inside. Anyone. My phone buzzed again. Maggie, also Jonah wants to know if you've had any issues with your account lately. Holds you didn't place, fines, weird emails, etc. I looked at the diary's lock. The wheels were currently set to 417 because my fingers had moved while I wasn't thinking. April 17. That day, a ridiculous thought. I pressed the clasp. It opened, not dramatically. No snap loud enough to turn heads. Just a small, tired click, like a button coming loose. My mouth went dry in a very physical way, tongue sticking lightly to the roof of it, coffee turning sour at the back of my throat. I opened the diary to the first page. The handwriting was cramped and dark, written in black pen hard enough to dent the paper. The first line said, "Claire leaves her apartment at 10:38 because the internet dies during the Seattle file. She forgets her blue scarf on the chair. She checks the hall twice before locking the door." I shut the diary. The radiator ticked. A chair leg scraped somewhere behind me. Downstairs, faint through the floor, the library scanner beeped for another patron. I had left at 10:38. I knew because I had looked at the microwave clock while stuffing my charger into my bag and feeling late for no one. The Seattle file, the blue scarf, the hallway, twice. My phone buzzed again, skittering slightly on the polished table. This time Maggie wrote, "Claire, you good?" I picked up the diary, the thriller, and my phone. My hands didn't feel like they belonged to me exactly. They worked, but from a distance, as if I were controlling them through a lagging connection. I could bring it downstairs to Maggie and Jonah. That was the sensible choice, the adult choice, the choice that made the room bigger again and put other people between me and whatever this was. Or I could read one more page first, just one, because if it was a prank, the next line would prove it. Because if it wasn't a prank, the next line might tell me what was coming. Because sometimes fear dresses itself up as caution, and sometimes curiosity does the same thing, and in the moment, they can feel exactly alike. I sat there with my thumb hooked under the diary's cover, listening to rain begin to tap against the tall library windows. Soft at first, then harder, and I had to decide whether to call for help before I knew what I was asking help for. I read one more page. That is the decision I made, sitting alone in the quiet reading room with rain needling the tall windows, and the diary open under my hand like a small animal I had caught and did not know whether to release or kill. Not because I was brave, because I was afraid of looking ridiculous. That sounds backward, but it is true. Fear of danger should have outweighed fear of embarrassment. It didn't. Embarrassment had been training longer. The second page was written in the same cramped black handwriting, each line pressed hard enough to leave shallow scars in the paper beneath it. She will consider taking it to Maggie. She will type the message and delete it twice. She will try to make the problem smaller by keeping it inside her own head. This is how Claire gets herself into corners. I stopped breathing for a second, not in a dramatic way. More like my chest forgot its job. The next line waited. At 1:12, the man in the gray raincoat will ask for her by name at the front desk. He will say he is her brother. I looked at the time on my laptop. 1:07 p.m. 5 minutes. The room seemed to tilt around ordinary things. Green shaded lamps, the sleeping student's backpack, an empty paper cup left near the genealogy binders. Downstairs, through the floor and the old bones of the building, came the library's normal hum, voices softened by carpet, scanners beeping, a child laughing too loudly and being hushed. I did not have a brother. My only sibling was a sister, Emily, who lived in Burlington, Vermont, and would rather swallow a tack than claim to be a man in a gray raincoat at a Providence library. My phone was already in my hand. I texted Maggie before I could delete it. Come upstairs. Now, don't say my name out loud. The message showed delivered. Then read. A pause on my way. I closed the diary, then opened it again because the rest of the page was there, and I hated it for existing. If she goes downstairs too quickly, he will see her. If she waits too long, he will learn which room she is in. Jonah will check the cameras and find a blind spot by the staff elevator. Maggie will want to call security first. Claire will not want police. She will remember what happened in Pawtucket and hesitate. My stomach tightened. Pawtucket was not a secret exactly, but it was not a thing I told people unless they had earned it. 3 years earlier, after a man from a dating app kept showing up near my building and sending me photos of places I had just been, I had gone to a police station in Pawtucket with screenshots, a timeline, and the kind of hope you have when you still think being organized will make people take you seriously. The officer had been polite in the tired way people are polite when they have already decided the shape of your problem. Had he threatened me? No. Had he entered my apartment? No. Was there proof he took the photos? Not enough. Block him and document everything, he'd said, and I had walked back to my car feeling silly for wanting someone else to be alarmed. The man stopped 2 weeks later, or I stopped noticing. Both explanations bothered me. Footsteps approached behind me, quick, but not running. Maggie appeared at the end of the row of tables, cheeks flushed from the stairs, her library lanyard bouncing against her sweater. She took one look at my face and dropped the lightness she usually carried like a coat she could remove when necessary. Maggie Doyle, 29, female, my friend and library staff member, had already been introduced downstairs as practical and observant. Up here, under the quiet reading room lamps, that practicality sharpened into something almost stern. She came from a family where emergencies were handled by assigning tasks, and I could see her doing it silently. Assess Claire, assess object, assess exits, assess witnesses. What happened? She whispered. I turned the diary around and pointed to the page. She leaned over. Her lips moved slightly as she read. At first, her expression stayed controlled. Then she saw the line about the man in the gray raincoat. Her eyes flicked to my laptop clock. 1:10. Claire, she said very softly, do you have a brother? No, ex-cousin. Someone who might know. Okay. The way she said it was not comforting. It was the voice someone used when moving a knife out of a child's reach. We need Jonah, she said. The diary says Jonah checks the cameras. Maggie's face tightened. That doesn't mean we follow instructions from the creepy notebook. I know, do you? I said I know. The snap in my voice surprised both of us. A woman at the genealogy table glanced over, annoyed. Maggie lifted a hand in apology without taking her eyes off me. Sorry, I whispered. It's fine. Put your stuff away. What? Laptop, books, diary in your bag, slowly. We're going to staff offices, not the front desk. The diary's page said if I went downstairs too quickly, he would see me. It said if I waited too long, he would learn which room I was in. The ugly thing was that Maggie's plan fit between those lines perfectly. That's doing what it says, I whispered. No, she said. That's leaving a public room where a stranger might come looking for you. A heavy bump sounded somewhere down the hall. Book cart, I told myself. Again, bump, rattle, squeak. Maggie looked toward the stairs. Her phone vibrated in her hand. She checked it and showed me the screen. A message from Jonah. Mags, front desk just called. Guy here asking for Claire Hensley. Says family emergency. Gray coat. You with her. The time at the top. 1:12. For a second, neither of us moved. The rain tapped harder against the glass, faster now, each drop making a tiny silver streak down the window. In the reading room, a chair creaked. Someone turned a page. The world continued its insulting little routines. Maggie typed with both thumbs. Yes, don't tell him. Stall, check cameras. Then she grabbed my laptop charger and wound the cord wrong, too tight, the way people do when their hands are trying to finish before their brain catches up. Bag, she said. I slid everything in except the thriller. My fingers fumbled against the diary's lock, and it clicked shut by accident. Leave the library books, Maggie said. The diary came from one. Exactly, leave them. We don't know if what, if there's something else in them. That made no sense, and too much sense at the same time. I left the thriller on the table, open where the diary had fallen out. I left the mill town history and the gardening book in a stacked little pile, as if neatness could protect us from whatever was happening. Maggie led me toward the staff door at the rear of the reading room. It had a keypad and a small sign that said employees only. She punched in a code with quick, practiced motions. Nothing happened. She punched it again. The little light stayed red. Maggie, hang on. She tried a third time, slower. Red. From her mouth came one quiet word I had never heard her say at work. What? Code S not taking. Does that happen? No. Her phone buzzed again. Jonah. Cameras on first floor lagging. Front desk gave him no info. He's still here. Says your mom called him. My mom. A sound came out of me, half laugh, half cough. He said my mother called him. Do you want to call her? I already was. The phone rang. Once, twice, 5 times, voicemail. My mother's voice, bright and recorded. Hi, this is Linda. Leave a message or send a text because I'm probably in the garden. I ended the call. Text her, Maggie said. I typed. Did you send a man to the library? Call me now. The little blue bar crawled across the top of the message window. Not delivered. I stared at it. Maggie saw. Cell service is bad up here sometimes. I looked at my own Wi-Fi symbol. 1 bar, then none. The ceiling lights flickered just once. The reading room noticed in pieces. The sleeping student stirred. The genealogy woman looked up. The man with the phone down the hall said, "Come on," as if the building had personally insulted him. A low mechanical hum dipped and returned. Maggie muttered, "No. No. What? Power's been weird all week." Facilities said it was the storm drain work on Empire Street messing with the block. That's real. Yes, Claire, electrical problems are famously real. I mean right now. She tried the staff door again. Red, her phone rang, Jonah. Maggie answered and put it on speaker, volume low. Where are you? Jonah asked. 2nd floor rear staff door. Codes locked out. Don't use that door. Maggie's eyes cut to mine. Why? I'm looking at the access panel. It's showing forced open at the basement staff elevator. Then every rear staff door went into secure mode. What does that mean? It means the system thinks there was a breach. Was there? A pause. Jonah Mercer, 42, male, the library's digital services coordinator, had sounded calm downstairs because calm was part of his job. On the phone, stripped down to voice and breath, I could hear the strain under it. He was still trying to stay inside procedure, but procedure had started moving under his feet. I don't know, he said. Cameras are freezing. Not all of them, just enough to be annoying. Annoying, Maggie hissed. I'm not trying to be poetic. Where is the man? Front lobby. Or he was 10 seconds ago. 10 seconds ago, the feed skipped. My mouth filled with that sour coffee taste again. I whispered, ask what he looks like. Maggie did. Jonah exhaled through his nose. White male, maybe late 30s, average height, gray raincoat, navy baseball cap. He's carrying one of those reusable grocery bags. Green. He told Allison at the desk there was a family emergency and Claire wasn't answering her phone. I'm Allison, I whispered stupidly. Maggie shook her head. Front desk. Another staff member entered the story there by name, though I had only seen her in passing earlier. Allison Park, 56, female, was the front desk librarian on duty from Warwick, Rhode Island, with short silver hair and reading glasses that hung from a beaded cord. She was the type of older library worker who could tell a patron no in a voice so smooth they thanked her afterward. If she had not given the man information, it was because her instincts were solid. Jonah continued. Allison told him she couldn't confirm whether anyone was here. He got agitated, but not loud. Said he'd wait. Call security, Maggie said. I did. Paul's doing a sweep from Children's. Police too, non-emergency first. But Allison's calling 911 now because of the access panel. The word police pushed a cold, hard thumb into the center of my chest. Wait, I said. Maggie looked at me like I had just tried to step into traffic. Wait, we don't know he's dangerous. A stranger asked for you by name and lied about being your brother. That's enough." Her whisper had teeth now. Jonah said, "Claire, if you can hear me, stay with Maggie. Do not go to the lobby." I wasn't going to. I had been thinking about it, not seriously, not exactly. But some stupid, trained part of me wanted to see him with my own eyes before I let the word danger become official. Documentation. Proof. Don't overreact. Don't make trouble. Maggie knew that look. Maybe not the whole history behind it, but enough. "No," she said. "I didn't say anything. You were about to negotiate with reality." From the stairwell door at the far side of the room came a sound. Not a book cart, not the radiator. A knock, 3 soft taps. The reading room had 2 public entrances, the main stairs near the front, and the rear stairwell used by staff and sometimes by patrons who ignored signs. The taps came from the rear stairwell door. Tap, tap, tap. The genealogy woman frowned at it. The sleeping student lifted his head, blinked, and looked around as if he had surfaced in the wrong life. Maggie lowered the phone. The taps came again. "Claire," a man's voice called through the door. Quiet, controlled, almost apologetic. "Claire Hensley, your mom asked me to come get you." My knees softened, not collapsed. Nothing that clean, just a slight failure of structure. Maggie grabbed my sleeve and pulled me behind a shelf of oversized art books. The reading room had no real cover, only furniture pretending to be useful. The shelves rose chest high, topped with display books about Rhode Island architecture and New England painters. I crouched anyway, my shoulder pressing against cold metal. Jonah's voice came from the phone, tinny and urgent. "Was that him?" Maggie whispered. "Rear stairwell, 2nd floor. He shouldn't be there. Clearly. Paul is on his way up." The man knocked again. "I'm not here to scare you," he said. Nobody in the reading room spoke. That, more than his voice, changed the air. A public room full of strangers had become a room pretending not to witness something. The older woman gathered her papers slowly. The student sat frozen with one earbud dangling. A man near the windows glanced toward us, then toward his laptop, then down as if eye contact might make him responsible. I hated them for that. Then I hated myself because I understood. The rear stairwell door handle moved. Once. Stopped. Moved again. Locked. Maggie's fingers tightened around my sleeve. "He's trying the door," she whispered into the phone. Jonah said, "Get to the main stairs, now. Paul's coming from that side." The diary was in my tote, pressed against my hip. I could feel its corners through the canvas. Maggie pulled me low along the shelf. My bag bumped a chair. The chair leg shrieked against the floor. The man at the door stopped moving the handle. "Claire," he called, a little louder now. "I just need the diary." Every person in the room heard that. Maggie stopped. I stopped because she stopped. Jonah went silent on the phone. Rain hammered the windows so hard it sounded like dry rice poured across metal. The man said, "You don't have to get involved in something you don't understand." Maggie mouthed, "Move." We moved, past the genealogy table, past the sleeping student, now very awake, past the green lamps casting small pools of light on polished wood. The main stairwell was 20 feet away. 15. My phone finally buzzed. A text from my mother came through. "What? No, are you okay? Who is this man?" I looked down at it for half a second too long. That was all it took. A shout came from downstairs, then a crash, not huge, not cinematic. A flat, ugly impact, followed by the clatter of something plastic skidding across tile. A person yelled, "Hey, sir." Maggie grabbed my wrist. "Move." The library lights flickered again. This time they went out. The whole second floor dropped into gray. Emergency lights clicked on after a breath, red, orange, and weak, lining the exit signs and turning faces into hollowed masks. Somewhere below, an alarm began to chirp. Not a full evacuation alarm. A system warning. Repetitive, irritating, terribly calm. Beep, pause, beep, pause. The main stairwell door opened from the other side. A security guard stumbled through backward, one hand pressed to his forehead. Paul Rinaldi, 63, male, was the library security guard on duty. A retired Providence parking enforcement officer with a square body, a gray mustache, and knees that had probably bothered him for a decade. I had seen him earlier helping a patron find the restroom. Now blood ran between his fingers and down his temple in a thin line, bright against his pale skin. "Back," he said. Maggie froze. "Paul, back, back." Behind him, footsteps pounded up the stairs. Paul tried to push the door shut, but his shoulder slipped. He grimaced. Maggie let go of me and lunged to help him, because that was who she was. I grabbed her sweater, missed, caught air. "Maggie." The stairwell door slammed against Paul's injured arm. He cried out. Maggie shoved her weight into the door with him, sneakers squeaking on the carpet. "Claire, help." I did. Or I tried to. I dropped my tote to free my hands. The diary hit the carpet inside with a muffled thump. I put both palms against the metal door and pushed. On the other side, someone pushed back. Not wildly, steadily. That was worse. A man's voice, close through the crack, said, "You're making this harder." Maggie bared her teeth with effort. "Good." Paul fumbled for his radio, but the thing hissed static. "Police are coming," Maggie shouted through the door. The man laughed once. Not amused, annoyed. "They always are." The pressure stopped. All three of us stumbled forward. For one stupid second, I thought he had given up. Then the rear stairwell door at the far side of the reading room opened. The sound was small, a latch releasing. Everyone turned. The man in the gray raincoat stepped into the emergency lit room. He was not tall. That bothered me. Some childish part of me wanted him to look like a monster so my fear would make sense. Instead, he looked like a guy you might see buying batteries at a CVS. Average height, wet raincoat, navy cap pulled low, clean shaven, a green reusable grocery bag in one hand. He had a red umbrella in the other. My red umbrella. Water dripped from its tip onto the carpet in soft, patient taps. He looked directly at me. "Claire," he said, as if we had already been introduced. "We need to leave before they lock down the building." Maggie whispered, "How did he get your umbrella?" I didn't answer because I couldn't. The man lifted the umbrella slightly. "Bad choice," he said, taking the black one. Paul stepped in front of us, swaying, blood on his cheek. "Sir, you need to get on the ground." The man's eyes moved to Paul with mild irritation. "Not here for you." He reached into the green bag. Paul shouted, hands out. Several things happened too quickly. Maggie yanked me backward. The genealogy woman screamed. The man pulled out something black and compact. Not a gun, a box cutter. Small, cheap, real. In the emergency light, the blade showed a clean, triangular shine. He held it low, not like someone waving a weapon for drama, but like someone who had thought about what a blade could do in a crowd. "Diary," he said. My bag was on the floor between us, the diary inside it. The man looked down at it. So did I. That was the misstep. He moved. Maggie kicked the tote under a table before he could reach it, but he caught her wrist with his free hand and twisted. She made a sound I had never heard from her, sharp and shocked, and dropped to one knee. I hit him with the only thing in my hand, my phone. It connected with the brim of his cap, stupid and inadequate. The phone spun away into the carpet. He turned toward me, and for a moment I saw his eyes clearly. Light brown, focused, not frantic at all. That steadiness scared me more than the blade. Paul grabbed him from behind. They went sideways into a table. A lamp toppled, its green shade cracking against the edge with a sound like ice splitting. The student scrambled back so hard his chair tipped over. "Run," Paul yelled. Maggie was clutching her wrist, but already reaching for the tote with her other hand. I grabbed it first. The diary was still inside. The man drove his elbow back into Paul's injured face. Paul grunted and lost his grip. The box cutter flashed, and Paul jerked away with a cut across his forearm. Not deep enough to drop him, but enough to open his skin. That was the moment the danger became simple. Not mysterious, not theoretical. A man with a blade wanted the diary. He knew my name, he knew my morning, he had my umbrella, and he was willing to hurt people in a public library to get what he wanted. Maggie shoved me toward the side stacks. "Archives room," she gasped. "What?" "Old local papers, lockable door, staff code, key." She held up her key ring with shaking fingers. The man recovered faster than Paul. Too fast for comfort, but not impossibly fast. Just a person who had planned for resistance and accepted it as part of the errand. We ran, not gracefully. Maggie slipped once because the carpet near the windows was damp from someone's umbrella. I grabbed her elbow. She hissed through her teeth, protecting her wrist against her chest. Behind us, Paul shouted again. The man cursed. A chair toppled. The emergency lights made the stacks into narrow red corridors. The alarm kept chirping its stupid measured note. Beep. Pause, beep, pause. We reached the archives room door near the back corner of the floor. Maggie fumbled with the keys. "Which one?" "I know, Maggie, I know." Her hands were shaking too hard. The first key didn't fit. Footsteps hit the carpet behind us. The second key scraped, missed. The man rounded the end of the stack. I stepped between him and Maggie, with the tote clutched to my chest like that would help. He slowed. That scared me too. He had enough control left to slow down. "Air," he said, breathing harder now, but not much. "Open the bag." "Why?" "Because I'm asking nicely while I still can." Maggie found the key. The lock turned. The man's face changed, just slightly. The first real crack in his calm. Maggie yanked the door open and shoved me inside. The archives room smelled like cardboard, dust, old glue, and cold metal shelving. No windows. No second exit that I could see. A long table, rolling cabinets, boxes labeled by year and neighborhood. Maggie slammed the door. The man hit it a second later. Once, hard. The door jumped in its frame. Maggie twisted the deadbolt and stood back, clutching her wrist. "Call 911, she said. "My phone, mine." She shoved her phone at me. No service. I lifted it higher, as if signal lived near the ceiling. Nothing. The man hit the door again. The metal shelves trembled. A thin drift of dust fell from the top of a box labeled Providence Journal Clippings, 1998. Maggie backed toward the table, pale and sweating now. Her wrist was swelling fast, the skin already tight around the joint. "We're trapped," I said. "No," she said, though she was looking around and seeing the same thing I was. "We're secured." The difference felt academic. From beyond the door, the man spoke. "You have maybe 2 minutes before this gets worse." Maggie whispered, "Don't answer." He knocked gently. Tap, tap, tap. Claire read the next page. My tote hung from my shoulder. The diary inside seemed heavier than before. Maggie stared at me. "No," she said. The ceiling light in the archives room buzzed weakly, running on backup power or some emergency circuit. The alarm continued outside. Somewhere far below, faint through the building, a new sound began, a full fire alarm winding up, louder and sharper than the first warning chirp. An evacuation alarm. That meant crowds moving, doors opening, staff distracted, police maybe outside, maybe not yet inside. It meant chaos. It meant the locked room might not stay safe for long. The man's voice came again through the door, still controlled. "Read it, Claire. Then decide whether you want Maggie to keep breathing normally." Maggie's face went hard. He's bluffing. But she was cradling her wrist, and her breathing had gone shallow from pain. I took out the diary. The little lock had popped open in the struggle. I opened to the next page with fingers that would not stop trembling. The first line read, "The archives room has one vent large enough for a person who doesn't mind getting cut." Behind me, above the rolling cabinets, the air vent rattled once. Not from the system, from weight. The vent rattled again. Once, then twice. Not the ordinary shiver of air moving through ductwork. This had weight in it. A dull, flexing pressure that made the metal grill bow inward by a fraction, then settle back with a faint ping. Maggie and I stared at it from the center of the archives room. The room was rectangular, narrow, and deeper than it looked from the doorway. The locked door was behind us on the south wall, the one the man in the gray raincoat had already hit hard enough to make the frame complain. To our left, along the west wall, stood rolling cabinets filled with microfilm reels and binders. To our right, metal shelves held labeled archive boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Straight ahead, on the north wall, was a long work table under buzzing fluorescent light, and above that table, near the ceiling, the vent cover trembled like something behind it was breathing. Maggie held her injured wrist against her chest. Her face had gone gray around the mouth. "Move away from it," she whispered. I already was. The diary lay open in my hands, the page glaring up at me. The archives room has one vent large enough for a person who doesn't mind getting cut. Another sound came from above the cabinets. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Maggie grabbed the nearest thing she could lift one-handed, a metal bookend shaped like Rhode Island, heavy enough to hurt someone if thrown with conviction. I picked up a wooden stool from beside the work table, though my grip felt useless, fingers damp and trembling around the legs. The door behind us shook under another impact. "Claire," the man outside called. "Don't make me come in there tired." Then the vent cover popped loose at one corner. Maggie made a small sound, not quite a scream, and hurled the bookend. It hit the vent with a flat metal bang. Something behind the grill shrieked. A thin, panicked animal sound. The vent cover snapped fully open, and a raccoon exploded out of the duct. It landed on the work table in a scrabble of claws and dust, knocked over a plastic tray of pencils, then launched itself toward the shelves. I screamed. Maggie screamed. The raccoon screamed too, which felt excessive but fair. It was fat, damp, and furious, with a torn Dunkin' napkin stuck to one hind foot. It bounced off a stack of clipping boxes, slid down the side, hit the floor, and vanished behind the rolling cabinets. For 2 seconds, no one moved. Then Maggie said, breathless, "I am going to kill that diary." The vent rattled once more as the duct settled. No human weight, no hand reaching through. A raccoon, a filthy urban raccoon, probably trapped somewhere in the building's old service ducting after the storm drain work nearby, scared out of its tiny, striped mind by alarms and shouting. The explanation was realistic. It did not make me feel better. Outside the door, the man laughed. Not loudly, just enough to let us know he had heard. "Not everything is about me," he said. Maggie pressed her lips together until they whitened. The full evacuation alarm pulsed through the building now. Not the calm warning chirp from before, but the real thing. Long, abrasive bursts that came in cycles and seemed to scrape the inside of my skull. Under it, I could hear voices moving somewhere beyond the door. Patrons being guided downstairs. Staff calling instructions. A child crying. The library, once orderly and soft, had become a machine trying to empty itself. That should have helped us. Instead, it made the archives room feel more sealed off, like we had been packed into a box, while everyone else flowed around us. Maggie held out her good hand. "Give me the phone." I handed her phone back. It still showed no service. She climbed onto the lower rail of a rolling cabinet and reached toward the vent opening with a grimace. "What are you doing? Trying height? With your wrist? With my other hand?" "That's not, Claire, unless you have a cell tower in your bag. Let me try." She lifted the phone toward the ceiling. One bar appeared, disappeared, then came back. "Okay," she breathed. "Okay, come on." She dialed 911. The call failed. She dialed again. This time it connected for 2 seconds. 911, what's your, then dead. Maggie stared at the screen. "No," she said. "No, no, no." She tried again. Call failed. The first attempt had become our first failure almost before it began. We had a phone, a number, an emergency. And none of it mattered inside a room with thick old walls, storm interference, a half-failed power system, and whatever else was choking the building's communications. But that partial connection revealed one thing. The outside world was close enough to hear us if we could reach the right spot. Maggie slid down from the cabinet too fast and gasped when her injured wrist bumped her ribs. "Let me look," I said. "I'm fine." "You're not." "I'm functional." "That's not the same." She glared at me. And for a second, we were just two exhausted women having the wrong argument in the wrong room. Her wrist had swollen into an ugly shape. Not broken for certain, but not okay. The skin across the joint was tight and shiny, and two red marks from the man's fingers were already darkening toward purple. "You need ice," I said stupidly. She gave one humorless laugh. "Great. I'll ask him if he packed any." The man outside knocked again, softer this time. Tap, tap, tap. "I don't want to hurt your friend," he said. Maggie called back. "You already did." That was her choice. My choice was not letting a stranger with a box cutter rob a woman in a library. A pause. Then he said, "You keep thinking this is a robbery." Maggie looked at me. I opened the diary, hating myself as I did it. The next lines had appeared, or maybe I had not seen them before. I could not tell anymore. Handwriting seemed too dark, too fresh, but the pages were already dented and dry. "Maggie will try the phone first. It will almost connect. This will make her believe the problem is signal." "It is not only signal," I swallowed. Below that, the man's bag contains a jammer the size of a paperback, bought online, illegal to use, easy to carry. "Jonah will find the pattern too late." I read it aloud in a whisper. Maggie closed her eyes. Of course he's that kind of freak. Can those work? Yes. Sometimes, short range. Depends what he has. She opened her eyes. "This doesn't mean the diary is magic." I didn't say. Someone could have written possibilities, like a script, or they know his gear. That doesn't explain my morning. No, it doesn't. The honesty cost her something. I could hear it. From beyond the door came the man's voice. "I know you're reading it," Maggie mouthed. "Stop answering." I hadn't answered. That meant he knew because he expected us to. Or because there was another way. My gaze snapped to the room. Shelves, boxes, cabinets, work table. Old clock stopped at 12:40. Outlet strip under the table. A small ceiling camera in the corner above the door, its black dome pointed toward the center of the room. "Maggie," I whispered. She followed my eyes. The camera, her expression hardened. "That's internal," she said. "Closed system. Can he access it?" "Jonah can." "That's not what I asked." She grabbed the wooden stool from me, dragged it under the camera, and climbed up carefully, jaw tight against the pain in her wrist. With her good hand, she yanked the camera downward. It did not come free. It swiveled. A tiny green light blinked inside the dome. Maggie stared at it. Then she reached into her pocket, pulled out her library ID card, and wedged it between the camera dome and housing until the lens pointed uselessly into beige plastic. "Okay," she said, stepping down. One less eye. Outside the door, the man stopped knocking. That was how we knew she had done something useful. The second attempt was Maggie's plan. "We can get out through the service corridor," she said. "There's another door, not from this room, but the archives connects to the periodical storage through a pass-through cabinet." I looked where she pointed. Along the east wall, behind a row of archive boxes labeled City Council, MINUTES, stood a tall sliding cabinet on rails. It was one of those compact shelving units libraries use when space is more valuable than comfort. Maggie explained in clipped phrases. Before renovations, staff had moved old newspapers between archives and periodicals through a narrow service opening. It was supposed to be sealed now, but sealed in an old public building often meant covered with furniture and optimism. We shoved boxes off the lower shelf. The work made our breathing loud. Cardboard scraped metal. Dust lifted into the weak light and clung to my throat. The evacuation alarm kept pulsing outside, and every time it paused, I expected the door to slam open. Maggie worked one-handed, stubbornly. I did the heavier lifting, though my arms felt watery. The tote strap cut into my shoulder. I refused to put it down again. Behind the cabinet, we found a panel of plywood painted the same dull cream as the wall. 4 screws held it in place. Maggie exhaled. Good, good. Screws are better than masonry. With what screwdriver? She looked around. We tore through drawers at the work table. Pencils, cotton gloves, a ruler, old binder clips, a roll of masking tape so dry it had become sculpture, a letter opener shaped like a quill. No screwdriver. The man hit the door again. The deadbolt held, but the wood around the latch popped faintly, a splintering sound that made my teeth meet too hard. We need tools, I said. Maggie held up the letter opener. That is not a tool. It is today. She jammed the tip into the first screw and twisted. The metal slipped immediately, carving a bright crescent in the painted screw head. Careful, you do it then. I did. I was not better. The letter opener bent at the tip by the second attempt. Maggie found a dime in a drawer and tried that. Too thick. I tried the edge of the diary's cheap lock, then stopped because the thought of breaking it made the man's demand feel closer. Outside, voices moved past the archives door. A woman shouted, "This way, please, keep moving." Maggie ran to the door and pounded it with her good fist. "Help, we're in archives." The footsteps paused. "Hello," a man called. "Staff inside. Armed man outside this area." The handle rattled. For one bright instant, I thought we were saved. Then the man in the gray raincoat spoke from very close to the door in a completely different voice. Shaken, pleading. "Please, she's confused." She hit her head. "Don't open it. Security's handling it." Maggie's face twisted. "No," she yelled. "He's the armed man." The stranger outside shouted, "She has a knife." "Sir, step back," the other voice said, suddenly uncertain. A scuffle of shoes, then running. Away. Maggie slammed her palm against the door. "No, come back." No one did. That was our second failure, and it hurt worse than the phone. We had reached another person. We had almost pulled the building back around us. The man's lie severed it in seconds, but it revealed something too. He did not need people to believe him forever. He only needed them confused long enough. Maggie leaned her forehead against the door, breathing hard. "He knows how to use hesitation," she said. I thought of Pawtucket, the officer's careful face, the way uncertainty had been treated like a verdict. "Yes," I said, "he does." We went back to the panel. My hands were cramping. Dust had stuck to the sweat on my upper lip. Diary sat open on the table now because I had needed both hands, and I kept glancing at it as if it were a dangerous animal pretending to be paper. The page had more writing. "The panel will not open before he reaches the fire controls. He knows alarms move people. He knows locked doors are only useful until staff panic. Jonah will try to override from the server closet by the children's room. Jonah should not be alone." I read the last line twice. "Maggie." She followed my gaze. Her face changed. She grabbed her phone, raised it toward the vent, toward the ceiling, toward every useless angle. No service. Can you text? I asked. She tried. The message sat there, Jonah, don't go alone. Not delivered. Maggie looked at the blocked camera, then at the door. He said Jonah by name because he saw him checking logs. Maybe he knows staff. Maybe he's been here before. The diary knows him too. The diary was planted here. By who? I don't know, Claire. Her voice cracked on my name. We both stopped. The alarm screamed on. Maggie pressed her good hand over her eyes. Sorry, no, don't. I'm scared. Hearing her say it steadied me more than any fake confidence would have. I am too, I said. No, I mean I'm scared I'm going to make the wrong call because I'm trying to be useful. She lowered her hand. That's my thing, okay. I turn into a clipboard when I panic. I assign tasks. I pretend if I'm efficient enough, nobody gets badly hurt. Her wrist shook against her chest. You got me out of the room, I said. I got you into a smaller one. The door frame cracked again under another blow. This time, a sliver of light showed near the latch. Maggie whispered, not for long. I looked at the vent. Too high, too narrow at the opening, maybe wider inside. The diary had said large enough for a person who didn't mind getting cut. It had not said safe. It had not said smart. The raccoon had come from there, claws slick with old grime, napkin on its foot. The duct might lead to the service corridor, or a vertical shaft, or nowhere. It might collapse. It might slice us open. But the panel was not opening fast enough. The phone would not connect. The door was failing. And Jonah might be walking into the man's plan. We needed a third option. I climbed onto the work table. What are you doing? Maggie asked, checking where the vent goes. No, you said there's a service corridor. I said maybe. That's more than the door is giving us. She stared at me, then dragged a rolling cabinet under the vent with one hand and her hip, face pinched with pain. Fine, not alone. The vent opening was rimmed with bent metal where the raccoon had forced it loose. I pulled the dangling cover down the rest of the way. One edge sliced my thumb. A quick sting, then blood, then the bright, ordinary pain of skin opening. Inside, the duct smelled like wet insulation, animal fur, and old dust. I lifted Maggie's phone into it. 1 bar, then 2. A text arrived so suddenly, the phone buzzed hard in my hand. From Jonah, where are you? Cameras cut. Police outside, but front doors jammed, open crowd blocking. I'm going server closet to kill access system. Maggie made a strangled sound. I typed with bloody fingers. Don't GO alone. Man may know, we are in archives. He is outside. The message hesitated, delivered. Then Jonah replied, too late. Someone in corridor. A second message came immediately after, not staff. Then nothing. Maggie's face crumpled in a way she did not allow to become tears. No, she whispered. The door slammed again. The latch plate tore halfway from the frame. I looked into the duct. About 2 feet in, it turned left. There was dust disturbed along the bottom, not just from the raccoon. Scrape marks. A dark smear that might have been old grease or fresh mud. A strip of gray fabric caught on a screw. Raincoat fabric. My scalp prickled in a very specific physical way. He used it, I said. What? The duct. Or someone did. Maggie climbed onto the cabinet despite her wrist, peered in, and saw the fabric. For a moment, both of us understood the map at the same time. The archives room sat at the northeast corner of the second floor. The rear stairwell was beyond the east wall. Periodical storage was north. The service corridor ran behind both, connecting to the staff elevator, and if Jonah was right, down toward the basement. If the duct was part of the old ventilation run, it might snake above the storage rooms and drop near that corridor. The man had not appeared at the rear stairwell by magic. He had used the building. The diary had not predicted a supernatural opening. It had pointed to a route. The terror shifted shape. It became architectural. Maggie gripped the edge of the vent with her good hand. "Can you fit?" "I think so." "That is not an answer." "I can try." The man outside must have heard the movement. "No," he called, suddenly sharp. "Do not go into the duct." Maggie and I looked at each other. The first time he sounded afraid, not of us, of losing control of the route. The door splintered again. The deadbolt still held, but the wood around it would not survive many more impacts. Maggie shoved the tote against my chest. "You go first, diary with you. You can't climb with your wrist." "I can climb badly." "Maggie, move." I put the tote strap across my body, climbed onto the rolling cabinet, and slid my arms into the duct. The cut metal bit into my forearms. Dust filled my nose. My shoulders pressed both sides. For one awful second, I stuck there with my ribs compressed and my legs kicking uselessly behind me. Panic rose fast. Small space. No air. No turning around. Then Maggie shoved my foot. "Push with your knees," she whispered. "Don't freeze." I pushed. The duct accepted me inch by inch. Metal boomed softly under my weight, each movement too loud. My thumb bled on the galvanized floor. The diary thumped against my ribs inside the tote. Behind me, Maggie climbed onto the cabinet with a pained grunt. The archives door gave way just as my hips cleared the opening. Not fully. Enough. A crack of wood. A hard slam. Maggie swore. I twisted my head as far as I could. Through the vent opening, I saw the archives door burst inward 6 inches on its chain of damaged frame. The man shoved his arm through the gap, box cutter in hand, sweeping blindly. Maggie jerked back, lost her balance, and slammed her injured wrist against the edge of the cabinet. She screamed. I tried to crawl backward. The duct would not let me. "Maggie," she looked up at me, face wet with sweat, teeth clenched. "Go." The man's hand withdrew. His shoulder hit the door again. The frame split. Maggie climbed. She got one knee onto the cabinet. Then the door opened. The man stepped into the archives room. Emergency light from the hall cut him into gray and red pieces. His raincoat was torn near one sleeve. His cap was gone. His hair was dark and plastered to his forehead. He looked less ordinary now, not because he had transformed, but because effort had stripped away the disguise of calm. Maggie reached for the vent. He grabbed her ankle. She kicked him in the face with her other foot. He staggered. She launched herself upward, one-handed, and I caught the back of her sweater. For a second, her full weight hung from my grip. Pain shot through my shoulders. The duct edge cut deeper into my forearm. "Claire," she gasped. I pulled. I do not know how. Fear, maybe, or guilt, or the simple refusal to watch someone be dragged away because of me. Maggie got her elbow into the duct, then her shoulder. Then her injured wrist struck the metal, and she almost blacked out, I felt her body go loose for half a second. The man grabbed her shoe. It came off in his hand. Maggie kicked free and scrambled into the duct behind me. He reached up after us, blades scraping metal. The tip sliced the sole of my boot. "Claire," he said, breathing hard, "you're not the first reader." Maggie shoved my calf. "Move," I crawled. The duct turned left, just as I had seen. After the bend, it narrowed, then sloped down slightly. Screws snagged my coat. My knees found old grit, something soft I refused to identify, and one crushed paper cup. Behind us, the man climbed onto the cabinet. The duct boomed under his hand. He was coming in after us. That was the point of no return. The archives room was lost. The door was open. The known space behind us belonged to him now. Ahead was a dark, cutting metal tunnel through the bones of the library, leading somewhere neither of us could see. The diary shifted inside my bag. From its half-open pages, as the emergency lights faded behind us, I saw one line written across the top of the next page. Once they enter the duct, they cannot go back. The duct was not built for people. That sounds obvious now, but inside it, with my cheeks scraping old metal and Maggie breathing in short, pained bursts behind me, the fact became personal. The duct did not care that a man with a box cutter was crawling after us. It did not widen because I was scared. It did not smooth its screws or forgive my elbows or make room for the tote bag digging into my ribs. Every movement cost something. My knees dragged over grit. My cut thumb left small dark smears on the galvanized floor. The metal flexed under my weight with a low, hollow thump that ran ahead of us like an announcement. Behind Maggie, the duct boomed again. He was in. The man in the gray raincoat was following. "Go," Maggie whispered. "I am. Faster. I can't." "Try," so I tried. The duct bent left, then sloped downward, tight enough that my shoulders had to turn one at a time. Somewhere below us, the evacuation alarm pulsed through the library. It sounded different inside the walls, less like a warning, and more like machinery chewing on a bad gear. Beep, beep, beep. Then a pause, then again. My tote strap had twisted across my throat. I shoved it down with my chin and kept crawling. The diary thudded against my chest with each movement. I wanted to throw it behind me, wanted to clutch it tighter. Both instincts felt stupid and true. The diary had said we could not go back. For once, I did not need it to tell me. Behind us, the man grunted as he forced himself through the bend. His box cutter scraped the duct wall. "Claire," he called. His voice came distorted through the metal, close and far at the same time. "You're going to get your friend killed in there." Maggie's breath hitched. I stopped. Her hand shoved my boot. "Don't," she whispered. "He's right," I said. "No." "He's talking." The duct narrowed again. I flattened myself and pushed forward, scraping my shoulder hard enough to tear fabric. Ahead, a faint rectangle of light showed through a grill. Not daylight, emergency light. Red-orange, weak, flickering. I crawled toward it. As I got closer, I heard voices below. A man's voice. "Jonah S." "Back up." I said, "Back up." Another voice answered, lower, muffled. Then a crash. I froze at the grill. Below us was a narrow service corridor, maybe 5 feet wide, running behind the second-floor public rooms. I could see it through the slats. Concrete floor, pipes along one wall, gray electrical boxes, and a door marked server/staff, only with a keypad beside it. The emergency light over the door washed everything red. Jonah Mercer stood with his back against the server closet door, one hand holding a small fire extinguisher like a weapon. His plaid shirt was torn at the collar. Glasses were gone. Blood trickled from one nostril into his mustache. Across from him stood a second man, not the man from the lobby. This one was younger, maybe late 20s, thin, white, with a shaved head and a black rain jacket zipped to his chin. He held a crowbar low at his side. A library staff badge hung around his neck. Not his badge. It was Maggie's style of badge, but the photo looked wrong from above, too small to see clearly. The lanyard had been turned backward. The diary had been right. Ona should not have been alone. Maggie crawled up behind me, breathing hard. "What?" I pointed through the grill. She saw Jonah, then the second man. Her face went slack with shock, then tightened into anger. "That badge," she whispered. "That's not staff." Below, Jonah shifted the extinguisher. "You touch that panel, and every camera log in this building gets preserved off-site." The younger man laughed. "No, it doesn't." Jonah said nothing. The younger man lifted the crowbar. I didn't think. I kicked the grill. Pain shot through my heel. The grill rattled but stayed fixed. Jonah and the younger man both looked up. The man in the rain jacket smiled. Behind us, the duct boomed again. The gray raincoat was closer. "Claire," Maggie whispered, "move back." "No, Maggie," Jonah called from below, voice cracked. "Claire." The younger man took 2 fast steps toward the server door. Jonah swung the fire extinguisher. He missed the man's head, but caught his shoulder. The younger man stumbled sideways into the wall, crowbar clanging against pipe. Jonah tried to run past him down the corridor. The younger man grabbed his shirt and drove him into the electrical boxes. Jonah's head hit metal. Once, hard, he dropped to one knee. Maggie made a sound through her teeth. I kicked the grill again. One screw popped free. The whole panel shifted. The man in the rain jacket looked up at us and shouted, "Eli, they're here, Eli." A name at last. Behind Maggie, the man in the gray raincoat, Eli, answered from inside the duct. "Hold them." Maggie twisted as much as the duct allowed, panic and pain making her clumsy. "He's almost on me," she whispered. The younger man below raised the crowbar toward Jonah. I kicked the grill a third time. The second screw tore loose. The panel swung down on one corner. "Claire," Maggie snapped, "you'll fall." That was the idea. I shoved the tote ahead of me through the opening. It dropped to the corridor floor with a heavy slap. The diary spilled halfway out. Every person saw it. The younger man's attention snapped to the bag. Jonah, bleeding and dazed, saw it too. He understood faster than I did. He threw himself sideways and grabbed the tote strap. The younger man lunged. I slid feet first through the opening. For one horrible second, my hips caught on the duct lip. Metal cut across my lower back. My shirt rode up, my breath jammed. Then I dropped. I landed badly. My right ankle folded under me. The pain was instant, bright, and complete. It shot up my leg into my teeth. I hit the concrete on one hip and elbow, and the world flashed white at the edges. No time. The younger man was reaching for the tote. I kicked it away with my good foot. It skidded under a pipe. He turned on me. Up close, he had acne scars along his jaw and eyes too wide with adrenaline. He looked terrified. That mattered in a detached way. He was dangerous, but he was not composed. Not like Eli. "Give it to him," he said. His voice shook. Jonah grabbed his ankle from the floor. The younger man kicked him in the ribs. Jonah curled inward, gasping. Maggie's voice came from above. "Claire," she was trying to get through the vent. Her injured wrist made her movements jerky and weak. Behind her, Eli's hand appeared around the bend, fingers spread against the duct floor. "Move," I shouted. The younger man swung the crowbar at me. Not hard enough to kill, maybe. Hard enough to break. I threw myself backward. The crowbar hit the concrete where my knee had been and sparked. The sound was small and sharp. I scrambled on my hands, dragging my bad ankle. Pain made my stomach lurch. Jonah, still on the floor, pulled the pin on the fire extinguisher. White chemical spray blasted across the corridor. The younger man coughed and swore, stumbling blind. Powder filled the red light, turning the narrow hall into a storm. It coated my tongue, bitter and chalky. It got in my eyes. I gagged. "Server door," Jonah shouted. Maggie dropped from the vent. She landed on her feet for half a second, then her socked foot slipped in the extinguisher powder. She crashed into the wall shoulder first, crying out as her injured wrist hit her chest. Eli's arm reached through the vent after her. Then his head. He was forcing himself down. The corridor was too narrow. We were all too close. Jonah slapped his key card against the server closet reader. Red light. He tried again. Red. The younger man laughed through coughs. "Access is locked, idiot." Jonah wiped blood from his nose with his sleeve, leaving a dark streak. Not access. He reached under the keypad and yanked open a small panel. Inside was a manual override switch. The younger man saw what he was doing and shoved forward. Maggie, still on the floor, grabbed the crowbar where he had dropped it. One-handed, awkward, she hooked it behind his ankle and pulled. He went down hard. His forehead hit the concrete with a dull, sickening sound. He did not move for a second. Then he groaned. Not dead. Not fine. Maggie stared at him, shaking. He's breathing," Jonah said. "Move." Eli dropped from the vent. He landed more cleanly than Maggie, knees bending, one hand against the wall. His raincoat tore further at the shoulder. His box cutter was still in his hand. There was a moment, a tiny breath between disasters, when all of us looked at one another in the red emergency light and extinguisher haze. Me on the floor with my ankle screaming. Maggie pale and sweating, one wrist swelling badly, one shoe gone. Jonah bleeding, hunched by the server door. The younger man groaning near the wall. Eli standing between the vent and the corridor exit, holding the blade low. He looked at the tote under the pipe, then at me. "Enough," he said. "No shouting now. Just exhaustion." He stepped toward the diary. I lunged for it. My ankle failed. I hit the floor again, hard on my palms. The tote was inches away. I got one hand on the strap. Eli put his shoe on my wrist. Not crushing, pinning. "Let go," he said. I didn't. He pressed harder. Pain bloomed up my arm. Maggie pushed herself to her knees. "Leave her alone." Eli did not look at her. "You were warned." "By who?" I gasped. He glanced down at me then, and something passed over his face. Not sympathy. Recognition, maybe. By someone who thought warning people helped. Jonah said, "You planted it." Eli's eyes moved to him. Not originally. That answer hit the corridor like another alarm. Maggie's voice was hoarse. "What does that mean?" "It means you're all very late." He bent toward the tote. Jonah flipped the override switch. The server closet door unlocked with a heavy click. At the same time, somewhere in the building, the alarm changed. The pulsing stopped. For 1 second, there was quiet. Real quiet. Then every door magnet in the service corridor released. We heard them. Click, 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 down the corridor, behind us, beyond walls. Jonah had killed the access lockdown and opened the building's restricted passages. Eli's face changed again, anger tightening his mouth. The younger man on the floor groaned, "Eli, shut up, Owen, Owen." Second name. Second man. Jonah grabbed the server closet door and shoved it open. Inside, racks of equipment blinked blue and green in the dim. A desktop monitor sat on a rolling cart. Cables ran everywhere. A battery backup beeped urgently. "Inside," Jonah said, "we moved badly." Maggie helped me up under one arm despite her wrist. I nearly blacked out when my bad foot touched down. Eli grabbed the tote. I grabbed it too. For a second, we were connected by canvas strap and stubbornness. He raised the box cutter. Not high, just enough. Maggie hit him with the crowbar, not in the head. She was not that lucky or that cruel. The bar struck his forearm. The box cutter flew from his hand and clattered under the server cart. Eli made a sound. His fingers opened. I fell backward into Jonah. The tote came with me. Maggie stumbled after us. Jonah slammed the server closet door. Eli hit it from the other side almost immediately. The lock held, for now. Inside, the server closet was barely large enough for 3 people in fear. It smelled like hot plastic, dust, ozone, and old coffee. The equipment fans whirred in uneven layers, a frantic mechanical breathing. The battery backup kept beeping. Maggie slid down the wall, shaking, crowbar still in her good hand. Jonah leaned over the computer, leaving drops of blood on the keyboard. Cameras, logs, emergency contact. "Can you call out?" I asked. "Landline on network, maybe." He clicked through windows with blood-slick fingers. On the monitor, camera feeds flickered into view. Lobby emptying, wet footprints on tile. Allison at the front desk with one hand to her mouth and the other holding a phone. Children's room, abandoned chairs, picture books scattered. Quiet reading room, overturned chairs, cracked green lamp, my phone lying on the carpet. Archives room, door broken, boxes spilled, camera blocked by Maggie's ID. Service corridor. Eli outside the server door, cradling his forearm. Owen on the floor behind him, trying to sit up. Another feed showed the basement staff elevator. The doors were open. Inside stood the red umbrella. Just the umbrella, leaning against the back wall. Open. Its wet canopy filled the elevator like a warning sign. Maggie whispered, "What the hell?" Jonah clicked another feed. A loading area behind the building. Rain sheeted down over a narrow alley. A delivery door stood propped open with a brick. The black lost and found umbrella lay on the ground outside, inside out, its ribs broken. Sticky handle. My borrowed umbrella. Something white was wrapped around the handle. A strip of paper. Jonah zoomed in, but the image pixelated. Still, I could make out writing. Not all of it, only 3 words. The next reader, the room seemed to shrink. Eli pounded the server door again. "Open it," he shouted. Jonah grabbed a handset from the wall. Dead. He slammed it down. "Network phone's out," Maggie said. "Can you send camera feed to police?" Trying. On the monitor, a file transfer window opened. Jonah typed a command, then another. "If the internet connection outside the jammer range holds for 10 seconds, the power cut." The server closet went dark. All the equipment dropped silent, except the battery backup, which screamed one long electronic tone before settling into weak beeps. Emergency light from under the door gave us only a red line at ankle height. Maggie laughed once, a broken little sound. Of course, the diary was open on the floor where it had fallen. I had not opened it. Still, in the dim red spill from the hallway, I could see the next page. The words were large, written harder than before. "He will trade one life for the book because he believes the book traded his." I picked it up. My hands shook so badly the page fluttered. Below that, Eli Ward, former paramedic. Sister, Nora Ward. Last reader found dead near the Providence River after calling it a prank. He thinks the diary killed her because she ignored it. He thinks destroying readers ends the chain. He is wrong about part of it. Maggie whispered, "Claire," I read it aloud. Jonah went very still. Outside the door, Eli stopped pounding. The quiet after that felt worse than the noise. "Eli Ward," I said louder. Maggie shook her head slightly, warning me, but I kept going. "Nora was your sister." No answer. "You think this happened to her?" The door did not move. Then his voice came through, lower than before. "She was 26. Jonah breathed. "Keep him talking." Did not know if that was a plan or a prayer. Eli said, "She found it in a book at Night Memorial. Different branch. Same handwriting. Same little predictions. She laughed at it. Sent me pictures. Thought it was performance art." His voice cracked, then sealed itself again. 3 days later, she was in the water. Maggie's face softened despite herself. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't. I mean it." I said, "Don't." The younger man, Owen, groaned outside. "Eli, cops, shut up." Sirens, faint at first. Then closer. Real sirens, not library alarms. Multiple vehicles outside, bouncing off wet streets and stone buildings. For the first time all afternoon, help sounded real. Eli heard them too. His voice hardened. "Open the door, Claire." "No, you don't know what happens if you keep reading." "Neither do you. I know enough." "No," I said. "You know grief." He hit the door so hard the frame shook. Maggie flinched. Jonah pulled cables from the back of a device and cursed under his breath. "What are you doing?" I whispered. "Local backup drive," he said. "If we get out, this goes to police. Camera logs, access logs, whatever didn't corrupt." The door latch screamed. Eli had found the crowbar. Owen must have handed it to him, or he had retrieved it himself. Metal bit into the frame, one pry, then another. The server closet door was stronger than the archives door, but the frame was not magic. "Jonah," Maggie said. "I know, pry." The gap widened through it. I saw Eli's eye. Wet hair, red light, one human eye focused and ruined by purpose. "I didn't want to hurt anyone," he said. "You did," Maggie said. He looked at her through the crack. "Yes, that was all, no excuse, just yes." Then he pried again. The latch tore. The door flew inward. We had no room to fight, so we used the room. Jonah yanked a rack-mounted battery back up loose from the lower shelf. It was heavy, maybe 20 pounds. He shoved it into Eli's knees as Eli stepped in. Eli staggered. Maggie swung the crowbar low with her good hand, catching his shin. He cursed and dropped hard against the doorframe. I took the diary, not the tote, the diary itself. I threw it past him into the corridor. For a second, everyone followed it with their eyes, even Eli. That was the only advantage I had. I dove under the rolling cart and grabbed the box cutter where it had skidded earlier. My ankle screamed. My ribs hit the floor. My fingers closed around the cheap plastic handle. Eli lunged toward the diary. Owen, still dazed, reached for it too. Maggie kicked the server closet door with her socked foot, slamming it into Eli's shoulder. He hit the wall. Jonah grabbed the fire extinguisher from where it had rolled near the doorway and blasted the corridor again. White powder swallowed everything. I crawled forward, box cutter in hand, not to stab anyone, not because I wanted to be brave, but because the diary lay half open near Owen's knee, and I understood that if Eli got it, this would not stop with us. I grabbed it. Owen grabbed my hair. Pain ripped across my scalp. I screamed and swung the box cutter backward. The blade caught something. His sleeve, maybe skin. He let go with a yell. I scrambled away, sobbing now, not pretty, not controlled. Eli came out of the powder. Maggie stepped between us. No weapon now, no strength left. Just Maggie, one wrist useless, one shoe gone, face streaked with dust and tears. Move, Eli said. No, he shoved her. She hit the wall and slid down, stunned. That did it. Something in me, some old obedience to fear, snapped clean through. I opened the diary to the last written page and shouted, Nora didn't die because she ignored it. Eli stopped. The sirens were louder. Feet thundered somewhere beyond the corridor now. Police or firefighters. Real people in real boots. I read the next line because it was there, and because he needed to hear it, and because maybe I did too. Nora Ward called 911 at 11:43 p.m. She reported a man following her from the library. The call was rooted, delayed, and downgraded when she sounded intoxicated. She entered the river path to avoid him. Her death was human failure, not fate. Eli's face changed, not softened, broke. For 1 second, I saw him as he must have been before grief turned into a project. A brother, a medic, someone who had answered emergencies. Until one emergency did not answer back. You're lying, he whispered. I'm reading. That thing lies. Then why do you believe it when it helps you hurt people? He came at me. Not with the blade. He didn't have it with his hands. I backed up, but my ankle betrayed me. I fell against the server rack. Metal edges dug into my spine. Eli grabbed the diary. I held on. He pulled. I pulled back. The spine cracked. Pages tore loose between us with a dry, ugly ripping sound. Loose paper flew into the corridor, scattering across extinguisher dust and blood drops. Eli made a sound like I had cut him. Then the police reached the hallway. Drop it. Hands where I can see them. Flashlights sliced through the powder. Eli turned toward the voices with the torn diary clutched in one hand. He had no weapon visible. That mattered. For half a second, I thought he might run. Instead, he looked at the torn pages on the floor, then at me. Then he let the diary fall. He lowered himself to his knees, hands rising slowly. Owen tried to crawl toward the stairwell. A police officer stepped on the back of his jacket and pinned him without ceremony. It ended like that. Not with a final scream, not with a clean answer. With shouting, coughing, static, boots, zip ties, Maggie crying without sound, Jonah sitting on the floor with a hard drive clutched to his chest like a stolen organ, and me holding half a diary in hands that would not stop bleeding. Eli Ward looked at me once as they cuffed him. His eyes were empty of triumph. That almost made it worse. "Read the rest," he said. Then they dragged him upright and took him down the service corridor, leaving the red umbrella in the elevator, the black one broken in the rain, and torn diary pages skidding under our feet every time someone moved. By the time they brought us out through the staff entrance, the rain had softened into a cold mist that turned the alley lights blurry. Not gentle. Nothing felt gentle then, but quieter. The kind of rain that collected on your eyelashes and made the whole world look like it was being viewed through a dirty window. A firefighter held my elbow as I limped down the short metal ramp behind the library. I kept telling him I could walk, which was technically true if walking meant hopping on one foot while making a noise like a chair being dragged across a floor. My right ankle had swollen inside my boot until the leather creaked. My hands were wrapped in gauze, white already showing red in spots where the cuts kept reopening every time I flexed my fingers. "Step there," the firefighter said. "Not the puddle." I almost laughed. After everything, he was worried about a puddle. Then I stepped where he told me. Maggie came behind us with a paramedic on either side of her. She had refused the stretcher in a voice so flat nobody argued twice. But they had put her arm in a temporary splint and tucked a gray wool blanket around her shoulders. One sock was black with grime from the service corridor. Her other shoe was still somewhere in the ventilation duct or archives room, or in whatever evidence bag a patient crime scene tech had decided it belonged. Maggie Doyle, 29, female, looked smaller without her library lanyard and practical smile. Not weak, never that. Just reduced to the parts of her that hurt, her wrist, her shoulder, the thin line of blood on her cheek where the duct had caught her skin. She kept looking back at the rear door, as if the building might call her name. Jonah was already sitting in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in one of those metallic emergency blankets that made him look like something packed for shipping. Jonah Mercer, 42, male, had a strip of gauze taped across the bridge of his nose and another above his eyebrow. He held a plastic evidence bag on his lap with both hands until an officer gently told him, for the third time, that he had to let it go. "It's the drive," Jonah said. "We know," the officer told him. "You don't know what's on it. Then we'll find out. That's what I'm worried about." The officer did not have an answer for that. Neither did I. The back alley of the Providence Public Library had become a scene with cones, radios, wet uniforms, and people speaking in short, practical phrases. Paramedics moved between ambulances. A police cruiser blocked the service entrance. Patrons stood under the overhang across the street, holding tote bags and library books against their chests like they had been evacuated from a school play rather than from something violent. A woman I recognized from the genealogy table sat on the curb talking to an officer. Her hands shook around a paper cup of water. The sleeping student, now aggressively awake, kept saying, "I thought it was a drill," to anyone close enough to hear. Eli Ward and Owen were gone by then, taken out separately. I had seen Eli only once after the service corridor, through the open doors of an ambulance parked closer to Washington Street. He sat upright with his hands cuffed in front of him, one sleeve cut away around his injured arm, staring at the floor. He did not look at me when they walked me past. Owen had been louder, wearing, crying, insisting he needed a hospital and a lawyer, and that Eli had told him nobody was supposed to get hurt. He sounded young then, younger than he had looked with the crowbar in his hand. That did not make me feel sorry for him. It only made the whole thing uglier. A detective arrived while a paramedic was cutting off my boot. Detective Rachel Morrow, 48, female, was from Providence, with close cropped brown hair damp from the rain, and a voice that stayed calm without becoming soft. She wore a dark coat over a shirt that had been ironed sometime before the day punished it. She crouched beside the ambulance step so she could speak to me at eye level, which I appreciated more than I wanted to. "Claire Hensley." "Yes, I'm Detective Morrow. I know medical needs to come first. I just need to ask a few immediate questions while details are fresh." My instinct was to say I wasn't sure, to apologize, to make room for everyone else's version of events. Maggie, sitting across from me in the ambulance, saw it happen on my face. "Tell her everything," she said. Her voice was hoarse. So I did, not elegantly, not in order. I started with the receipt because it was the first thing that had been wrong, then had to circle back to the diary, then explain the man at the front desk, the archives room, the vent, Jonah's texts, the server corridor, Nora Ward, and the torn pages. My own story sounded impossible once it had to pass through my mouth. Detective Morrow did not interrupt much. She took notes in a small black notebook that had rain spots on the cover. When I said the diary described my morning inside my apartment, her pen paused for half a second. Then she kept writing. "Where is the diary now?" she asked. "Evidence," Jonah said from the other ambulance. Morrow glanced over. "Pieces of it," he added. "A lot tore loose." "We're collecting every page we can find," she said. Maggie gave a tired, humorless smile. "That sentence is not as reassuring as you think." "No," Morrow said. "I imagine it is." They took us to Rhode Island Hospital. It was less than 10 minutes away, though the ride seemed longer because every bump in the road sent pain through my ankle and up into my jaw. The ambulance smelled like antiseptic, plastic, and wet wool. Maggie sat belted across from me, eyes half closed, lips moving silently. I thought she was praying until I realized she was reciting the layout of the library under her breath. Front desk, stairs, quiet room, archives, service corridor, elevator, loading door, a map. She was rebuilding it because she needed it to make sense. At the hospital, everything became bright and procedural. Wristband, blood pressure cuff, Questions repeated by different people. Did I lose consciousness? Was I allergic to medication? Did I feel safe at home? On a scale from 1 to 10, what was my pain? I said 6 because 8 sounded dramatic. The nurse looked at my ankle and said, "Honey, try again." 9 then. X-rays showed a bad sprain but no fracture. 2 stitches for the deeper cut on my forearm. Glue for my thumb. Bruises across my ribs from the duct and the server rack. A scrape along my back that burned whenever the hospital gown shifted. Maggie's wrist was fractured. When they told her, she closed her eyes. "Of course it is," she said. The doctor explained the break was clean, but needed follow-up with orthopedics. Maggie nodded like she was receiving shelving instructions. Then, when the doctor left, she turned her face to the wall and cried without making noise. I pretended not to see for about 10 seconds. Then I reached across with my bandaged hand and touched the blanket near her knee. "I'm sorry," I said. She wiped her face with the heel of her good hand. "Don't. I am. Claire, if you apologize for being attacked by a man in a raincoat, I'm going to ask the nurse for something stronger and throw it at you. That would be a waste of medication. It would be worth it." We both laughed. It came out wrong, thin and cracked, but it was laughter. Jonah had a concussion and 2 cracked ribs. Paul Rinaldi, the security guard, needed stitches in his forearm and was kept overnight because of his head injury. Allison Park gave a statement so thorough that Detective Morrow later told me, with something like admiration, that front desk librarians made better witnesses than half the trained professionals she dealt with. By evening, my mother arrived from Vermont in the passenger seat of my sister Emily's car, having apparently ordered Emily to drive as soon as my first coherent text reached her. Linda Hensley, 62, female, my mother, came into the hospital room smelling like rain, lavender hand lotion, and garden soil that no amount of washing ever fully removed from her nails. Emily Hensley, 35, female, my older sister, followed behind her with 2 phone chargers, a tote full of snacks, and the furious expression of someone who wanted to solve a problem by becoming legally inconvenient. My mother hugged me too hard. I let her. Then I said, "Careful. Ribs." She pulled back, horrified. Sorry, honey." Emily looked at my bandages, then at the police officer outside the room, then at Maggie's splint visible through the curtain. "What the actual hell, Claire? Good to see you too." "No, don't do that. Don't make a joke voice." "What happened?" I told the short version. Then the longer one. Then the version Detective Morrow asked me to give again when she returned with 2 other officers and a recorder. The legal part, at least the beginning of it, was less mysterious than the diary. Eli Ward was a former paramedic from Pawtucket who had been suspended 2 years earlier after a breakdown during a call. His sister, Nora Ward, had died 18 months before near the Providence River. The death had been ruled accidental, though Detective Morrow admitted there had been unresolved circumstances. A late-night 911 call, a report of being followed, confusion about her location, and no suspect identified. Owen Bell, 27, male, was Eli's former neighbor, a security systems hobbyist with petty theft charges, and enough technical knowledge to be useful to someone obsessed. He had helped Eli interfere with library systems using a portable jammer, stolen badge information, and prior visits to map staff corridors. They had not hacked everything like movie villains. They had done something simpler and more believable, watched routines, exploited old infrastructure, propped doors, jammed short-range signals, and counted on people being unsure. That part I understood too well. Uncertainty had been one of their tools. The receipt warning remained harder. Jonah's backup drive showed that someone had accessed the self-checkout printer template remotely from a maintenance account that should have been inactive. The account was tied to a vendor contract from years earlier. Owen denied touching the receipt. Eli denied writing it. They both denied placing the diary in my borrowed book, though Owen admitted he knew a blue book was supposed to be retrieved that day. Supposed to be retrieved by whom, he would not say, or could not. The diary itself was stranger in pieces. Some pages were old, Detective Morrow said. Different inks, different pressure, same cramped style, or a very good imitation of it. There were entries about Nora, entries about me, entries about people whose names I did not know. A few were blank except for dates. One page contained library call numbers. Another had a hand-drawn map of the Providence Library's second-floor staff area, including the duct route we had used. That made the diary less supernatural and more frightening. Someone had done work. Someone had watched. Someone had researched enough to make prediction look like prophecy. Could they have been watching my apartment? I asked. Detective Morrow did not give me the comfort of an immediate no. We're checking, she said. Your landlord confirmed a maintenance request today. We're verifying whether anyone entered the building. My Wi-Fi died. We'll have someone look at your router. My scarf, I said. Everyone looked at me. The diary said I left my blue scarf on the chair. Emily's mouth tightened. I'll go check. No, Morrow said. Emily turned on her. Excuse me, we'll send officers. No one enters Miss Hensley's apartment until it's cleared. Miss Hensley. The formality made me feel both protected and very far from home. I did not go back to my apartment that night. My mother booked a room at a hotel near the hospital and refused to leave until a nurse gently threatened to enforce visiting hours. Maggie's brother picked her up after midnight, but not before she made me promise, out loud, that I would not read any recovered diary pages if the police showed them to me without her present. You are not doing the haunted book equivalent of texting an ex at 2 a.m., she said. It's not haunted. I know, that's worse. Jonah texted from his hospital bed at 1:13 a.m. Drive copied. Logs intact enough. Also, I hate old buildings now. I replied, fair. Then, after a minute, thank you. He sent back, thank me by never checking out books at my library again. In the morning, Detective Morrow came to the hotel. She looked more tired than she had the day before. Her coat was dry now, but her eyes had the flat, grainy look of someone who had worked through the night. They cleared your apartment, she said. I sat on the edge of the hotel bed with my ankle wrapped and elevated on a pillow. My mother stood by the window, pretending not to listen. And no sign of forced entry. Router was unplugged from the wall. My router, yes, I didn't unplug it. I believe you. That sentence almost undid me. Morrow continued. Your blue scarf was on the chair. Maintenance never entered. The upstairs tenant did report a leak, but the landlord hadn't sent anyone yet. So someone got in. We don't know that yet. Could be someone had prior access. Could be someone saw through a window. Could be the diary entry was written after the fact by someone who followed you from the building. My apartment is on the 3rd floor. I know. She did not say impossible. I appreciated that less than I should have. Then she placed a clear evidence photo sleeve on the small hotel table. Inside was a printed image of one recovered diary page, not the original, a copy. She had covered most of the writing with another sheet of paper. I need you to look at this one line and tell me if it means anything to you. My mother turned from the window. Is that necessary? It may help identify another person involved. I looked. Only one sentence showed. The next reader will return what Claire leaves behind. My first thought was the red umbrella. My second was my phone, still somewhere in evidence. My third was that I had left something else behind, though I did not know what. No, I said. I don't know what that means. Morrow watched my face carefully, then covered the line again. Okay, do you? Not yet. There it was again. Not yet. 2 days later, the library remained closed due to storm-related facility damage and an ongoing investigation, according to the sign on the doors. News articles called it a bizarre attack. They mentioned a former paramedic, an accomplice, injured staff, disrupted security systems, and a personal journal under review by police. They did not mention the receipt line. They did not mention that the diary had described my morning. They did not mention nor award beyond a short paragraph saying investigators were reviewing a prior death. That was how reality absorbed horror. It made it administrative. Maggie and I met 3 weeks later at a cafe on Westminster Street because neither of us wanted to meet at the library, and neither of us wanted to say that. Her wrist was in a purple cast. My ankle brace squeaked under the table. Jonah joined us late, moving carefully, with one hand pressed to his ribs when he laughed. For 20 minutes, we talked about ordinary things with the determination of people building a raft from nonsense. Bad coffee, insurance paperwork, Maggie's physical therapy exercises, Jonah's new password policy, which he described as revenge with bullet points. Then the conversation thinned. Maggie stirred her tea. Do you think he believed all of it? Eli, she nodded. Yes, I said. I think he believed enough. Jonah looked out the window at the buses hissing along the curb. Belief is a system's vulnerability. Maggie stared at him. He shrugged. Too soon, definitely. But she smiled a little. Detective Morrow called me the next week. Eli and Owen had been charged with assault, unlawful restraint, weapons offenses, interference with emergency communications, and several other things I wrote down and then stopped understanding. Eli had requested a lawyer and stopped talking. Owen was talking too much, mostly about Eli, mostly to reduce his own consequences. No one had confessed to writing the diary. No one had explained the entries about me. The maintenance account used to alter the receipt had been accessed from a public Wi-Fi network near Kennedy Plaza. Camera footage, there was useless because of rain and angle. The black umbrella note had no usable prints. The red umbrella had mine, Maggie's, Eli S., and half the library's DNA on it by the time anyone cared. Nora Ward's case was reopened. That was something. Not enough, but something. I moved out of my apartment in June. People told me not to make major decisions after trauma, but people also told me to feel safe in my own home, and those pieces of advice did not fit together neatly. Emily helped me pack. My mother took the basil plant she had asked me to grow and declared it salvageable, which felt generous. Behind the chair where I had left the blue scarf, we found a small scrape on the window frame. Maybe old, maybe not. I took a picture and sent it to Detective Morrow. She replied, "Received. Do not touch the frame." I didn't. I learned to live with not knowing by giving it edges. That is what therapy helped with eventually. Not answers, edges. I knew Eli Ward was real. I knew Owen was real. I knew the jammer was real. The access logs were real. The duct route was real. The injuries were real. I knew someone had used ordinary tools to create an impossible feeling. The remaining question was not whether something supernatural had happened. It was worse. It was whether ordinary people, given enough grief, access, patience, and information, could make your life feel per-written. The answer, I think, is yes. I did not read the rest of the diary. Not because I was strong. Because Detective Morrow would not let me. Maggie threatened to steal my glasses if I tried. And some part of me understood that knowing more would not necessarily make me safer. It might only teach me new ways to be afraid. Months later, when the library reopened, Maggie went back to work. Part-time at first. The first day, I walked with her to the front doors. I did not go inside. We stood under the stone entrance while traffic moved wetly along Washington Street and a bus sighed at the curb. "You don't have to come in," she said. "I know. You're doing that face." "What face?" "The one where you're trying to prove fear doesn't get a vote." I looked through the glass doors at the lobby, the self-checkout machines, the front desk where Allison was already arranging pens in a cup. "Fear gets a vote," I said. "It just doesn't get to be the only one." Maggie nodded. Then she went in. I stayed outside for another minute, listening to the normal city sounds. Brakes squealing, someone laughing into a phone, rainwater ticking from the awning into a metal trash can. Before I left, I checked my bag. Keys, wallet, phone, scarf, no diary, no umbrella. I started walking toward the bus stop. Halfway there, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. No words, just a photo. A library receipt, curled slightly at the edges, lying on a wooden table. The printed line at the bottom said, "Thank you for returning the blue book." I stood on the sidewalk while people moved around me, annoyed and ordinary, and the bus pulled up with a sigh of wet brakes. I did not click the image larger. I did not answer. But for the rest of the day, I kept feeling the shape of my empty hands, as if I had left something behind and someone else had finally picked it up. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, So stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at a Ski Lodge, and the guests outside the windows aren't human. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing wrong was the handprint on the outside of the kitchen window. Not a smear, not the pale oval a gloved guest might leave after leaning too close to the glass. A full handprint, 5 fingers spread wide, pressed into the frost hard enough that the palm lines showed. It sat about 7 feet up above the prep sink, where no guest had any reason to be unless they had climbed over the snowbank, and stood on the buried propane cage in the dark. I stood there with a crate of romaine balanced against my hip, watching the print whiten as the kitchen heat fogged the inside pane. Behind me, the dishwasher thumped through its cycle. The hood vents hissed. Somewhere out in the dining room, a group from Chicago laughed too loudly at something that wasn't that funny, their ski boots clacking against the old pine floor like horse hooves. I told myself it was a prank. That was the easiest explanation, and I was very fond of easy explanations back then. My name is Laurel Voss, 29, female, from Burlington, Vermont, and I worked the late shift at Pinehook Lodge, a mid-range ski lodge tucked off Route 108 near Stowe. Not fancy enough for private chalets and heated boot rooms, not cheap enough for college kids to trash without consequences. We got families from Boston, tech guys from New York, retired couples from Montreal, and the occasional European ski club, whose members all looked healthier than anyone had a right to look after crossing an ocean. I had been there 3 winters, long enough to know the pipes knocked hardest when the temperature dropped below 10, long enough to tell from the smell of wet wool and fryer oil how busy dinner service had been, long enough to stop jumping when the roof shed a load of snow and made the whole building shudder. I liked the late shift because it gave me something to do with my hands. Wipe the bar, count drawer, lock ski storage, check the side doors, reset the thermostat before the owner complained about the heating bill. Small tasks, clear tasks. They kept my brain from wandering into the places it liked to go when I was alone. That winter, I was trying very hard not to be alone. Lau, someone called from the service doorway. I turned too fast and almost dropped the romaine. Mara Pike, 34, female, from Manchester, New Hampshire, stood there with a towel over one shoulder and a pen tucked through the messy knot of her dark hair. Mara ran the front desk after 3 in the afternoon, which meant she also ran lost keys, guest complaints, wine emergencies, fireplace smoke, and any argument that started with the words, "the website said." She had the calm face of a person who could tell a crying bride that the florist had crashed and somehow make it sound survivable. She squinted at me. "You okay?" "Yeah." I nodded toward the window. Somebody left a handprint. Mara stepped in, bringing with her the sharper smell of lobby pine cleaner and the faint perfume she only wore when we had corporate groups in. She leaned over the sink without touching the counter. The print was already softening around the edges, the fine ridges melting into a chalky blur. "Outside?" she asked. "Unless we hired a ghost dishwasher." She gave me a look. "Don't start. No ghosts. Very practical. Just a hand 7 feet up the window." Mara's eyes flicked downward, calculating. "Snowbanks high on that side. High enough. Maybe if someone climbed." She exhaled through her nose. "Kids from 214 have been feral since breakfast." The family in 214 had 3 boys, all under 12, all with the energy of kicked hornets. Earlier that evening, one of them had tried to sled down the back stairs on a cafeteria tray. "Could be," I said, but I kept looking at the fingers. They were long. That was the thing I didn't say. Longer than I expected. Maybe the frost stretched them. Maybe the angle did it. Maybe I had spent too many hours under yellow kitchen lights, letting fatigue make shapes out of nothing. Mara turned away first. "Can you lock the east mudroom after you take that out? I'm getting door alerts again." Again, she held up the front desk tablet. Pinehook had a cheap security system that hated winter. Side doors had contact sensors, and when ice got into the frame, they reported open, even when the door was shut tight enough to pinch your sleeve. "East mudroom, basement service, and the pool exit," Mara said, "all within 2 minutes. The pool exit hasn't opened since October." "Exactly." A loud scrape came from the dining room, chair legs against wood. Then a burst of applause from the Chicago table. Normal lodge sounds. Still, Mara lowered her voice. "Just check the east one first, okay?" Was Mara's flaw, though I wouldn't have called it that then. She controlled everything she could reach because the things she couldn't control scared her. Weather, roads, drunk guests, owners who cut staffing and called it efficiency. If something went wrong on her watch, she treated it like a personal moral failure. Mine was worse. I avoided decisions until they became emergencies. I told myself I was being patient, reasonable, flexible. Really, I waited for pressure to choose for me. So I said, sure. Like that was all it was. I carried the romaine into the walk-in, signed off on the prep sheet, and headed for the hallway that ran behind the kitchen. The lodge shifted around me as I walked. The heat clicked in the baseboards. A loose vent cover rattled over the laundry room. Outside, wind dragged snow against the siding in dry handfuls. It made a sound like someone brushing a coat with stiff bristles. Near the back stairs, I passed Theo Brandt, 26 male, from Innsbruck, Austria, our seasonal ski tech and unofficial maintenance assistant. Theo had blonde hair permanently flattened by a beanie and the distracted confidence of someone who grew up taking apart bindings and putting them back together before breakfast. He was crouched by a crate of firewood, tightening a screw on a snowshoe rack with a multi-tool. "You look serious," he said, not looking up. "Door sensors are being dramatic." "Ah, the building has feelings. The building has lawsuits." He smiled and stood. "Which door?" "East mudroom." His smile thinned a little. "I was there 20 minutes ago, and I locked it." He wiped his hand on his work pants. "But the latch is loose." I told Graham. Everyone told Graham things. Graham owned the lodge, and lived in a renovated barn down the road, which meant he could ignore problems from close range. Theo fell into step beside me without being asked. "You don't have to come," I said. I know, that was Theo's way. He wasn't brave in a loud way. He just quietly appeared where things might break, as if he had made a private agreement with the world to hold a few pieces together. We pushed through the staff door into the east corridor, where the lodge narrowed, and the walls changed from polished guest facing pine to painted cinder block. The air cooled by several degrees. Somewhere overhead, a pipe ticked and ticked, patient as a metronome. The east mudroom served the snowshoe trail and overflow parking. By day it smelled like rubber mats, old gloves, and melting snow. At night, after everyone had come in, it felt like the edge of the building, the place where warmth ended. We found Rowan Ellis there, 42 male, from Sheffield, England, kneeling beside the inner door with one knee on a towel. Rowan was the night auditor, though that title made him sound more delicate than he was. He had worked hotel desks across half of Europe before marrying an American nurse and ending up in Vermont, where he wore cardigan sweaters and steel-toed boots and referred to every mechanical problem as a bit rude. He had the door sensor cover open and a tiny screwdriver in his mouth. "Please tell me you're fixing it," I said. He took the screwdriver out. "I am investigating it." Fixing implies optimism. Theo crouched beside him. Contact loose, magnets aligned, batteries fine. It says the door opened. Rowan pointed with the screwdriver toward the outer door. That one. The outer door had a narrow, wired glass window. Beyond it, the porch light glowed over a wall of falling snow. Not pretty snow, not the soft postcard kind. These flakes came sideways, hard and granular, flashing white in the light before vanishing into the black beyond the steps. The deadbolt was thrown. Theo tried the handle. It didn't move. "Maybe the frame flexed," he said. Rowan lifted one eyebrow. All three doors flexed at once. No one answered. From the radio clipped to Rowan's belt came a crackle, then Mara's voice. "Rowan, you with Laurel?" He pressed the button. "East mudroom, door is locked." A pause, static. "Basement service just pinged again," Mara said. Theo looked at me. I looked through the little window. For a second, I thought someone was standing at the edge of the porch light. Not in the light, just beyond it. Vertical darkness against the darker trees, too still to be a branch moving in wind. I leaned closer, and my own reflection leaned back at me from the wired glass, pale face, tired eyes, hair escaping its braid. The shape was gone, or it had never been there. "Lau," Theo said. "Nothing." I stepped back. "Just trees." Rowan shut the sensor cover with a snap. "I'll check basement service." "I'll go," Theo said. "No, you won't," Rowan said mildly. "You have the knees of a young person and the judgment to match. I'll go because I know which stair treads are trying to murder us." Mara's voice came over the radio again, lower this time. "Can someone come to the front?" There was something in her tone that changed the room. Not panic. Mara didn't panic. It was restraint. Rowan answered. "Problem." Another pause. "There's a guest at the front window," Mara said. "I think." The three of us listened to the static afterward. Theo pressed his thumb against the radio button. "You think?" "I mean they're outside," Mara said. "By the big windows. They're not coming to the door." The lobby's front windows faced the circular drive and the snow-covered slope leading down toward the main road. Guests sometimes stepped out there to smoke even though the lodge had signs asking them not to. Sometimes drunk skiers knocked on the glass to amuse their friends. Sometimes people got turned around in weather and approached the light like moths. All explainable. That was the trouble. Everything had an explanation if you were willing to accept a bad one. We headed back together. The sound changed as we neared the lobby. The kitchen clatter faded behind us, replaced by the softer evening noises of Pinehook at capacity. Fire popping in the stone hearth, boots thudding upstairs, someone dragging a suitcase over floorboards, the muffled bass of music from the small bar. The lodge always seemed most alive at night, when every window turned black and reflected the inside back at itself, making the rooms look twice as crowded. Mara stood behind the front desk, one hand on the mouse, the other wrapped around the radio like she might squeeze an answer out of it. Near the fireplace, a family played cards. The Chicago table had migrated toward the bar. Two teenagers in hoodies shared earbuds beneath the moose head. Nobody seemed alarmed. Mara didn't look at them. She looked at the windows. The front wall of Pinehook Lodge was mostly glass, tall panes divided by dark beams, with deep sills lined with fake greenery and battery candles. During the day, the view was all white slopes and fir trees. At night, the glass reflected the lobby so clearly you had to focus past yourself to see outside. At first, I saw only our reflections. Me, Theo, Rowan, Mara behind the desk. Then the porch light flickered in the wind and the reflections thinned. There was a person outside, maybe 20 feet from the glass, standing in the snow where no path had been cleared. They wore a parka with the hood up, dark pants, no visible skis, no poles, no pack. Their face was angled down, hidden by the hood's shadow. Snow collected on their shoulders in a pale crust, which meant they had been standing there for more than a few seconds. Mara spoke without moving her mouth much. "They've been there since I called." Rowan's expression tightened. "Did you wave?" "Yes." "And?" "Nothing." Theo walked to the front door, but Mara snapped, "Don't open it." A couple near the fire glanced over. Mara forced a customer service smile at them, then lowered her voice again. "Sorry, don't open it yet." Theo stopped with his hand half raised. That was when the person outside lifted one arm, slowly, not waving, pointing. Their hand came up from the sleeve, bare and pale against the dark coat, and extended toward the lodge. The finger pointed not at the door, not at Mara, not at any of us. It pointed up, to the second floor. The card-playing family laughed at something, oblivious. The fire snapped and spat a small orange coal against the screen. I followed the angle of the finger. Room 217. The corner room above the lobby, rented to a couple from Munich who had checked in late and asked whether the snowshoe trails were safe after dark. Mara had told them no, politely, firmly. The woman had laughed like she thought Mara was being charmingly American about liability. Mara reached for the room list with one hand. "Who's in 217?" Rowan asked, though I could tell he already knew. "Anya and Lucas Feld," Mara said. 31 and 33, Germany. They took the trail map. Theo muttered something in German under his breath. What? I asked. He shook his head. Nothing good. Outside, the figure lowered their arm. For one unpleasant second, the hood tilted toward us. The glass and distance and falling snow should have made the face impossible to see, and they did. Mostly. I caught only a pale suggestion where features should be, a flatness, maybe a scarf pulled high, maybe frost on goggles, maybe the porch light playing tricks through moving snow. Then the figure turned and walked toward the side of the building. Not trudged, not stumbled, walked. The snow in that area was knee-deep at least, drifted from the plow berm and untouched since morning. Their legs should have punched holes. Their body should have rocked with effort. Instead, they moved with short, careful steps along the edge of the light and disappeared around the east side. The lobby went on being warm. That made it worse. Someone asked the bartender for another IPA. A child dropped a playing card and crawled under the table to retrieve it. A log collapsed in the fireplace with a soft roar of sparks. Mara picked up the desk phone and dialed 217. We listened to the ring through the receiver, faint and tinny. Once, twice, 3 times, no answer. They might be asleep, I said. Nobody believed me. Rowan took the phone gently from Mara and hung it up. We call the room, then we call the room again. Then we call their cell if we have it. Then we ask security to walk the hall. We don't have security, Mara said. We have Theo with a screwdriver and Laurel with attitude. I'm not going upstairs alone, I said too quickly. There it was, my private little fracture showing through. 3 years before, I had been trapped for 40 minutes in the lodge's service elevator during a power outage between the basement and first floor, with no cell signal and a radio that only picked up static. 40 minutes was not a long time unless you spent it in a metal box listening to cables creak and imagining the air getting thinner, even though you knew, rationally, stupidly, that elevators weren't airtight. Since then, I avoided tight stairwells when I could. I avoided windowless spaces. I avoided being the person who had to go first. Mara knew. She didn't say it. Theo did too, he said. We go together. Rowan looked at the front windows. And someone watches the doors. Mara's jaw worked. She wanted to be everywhere. Front desk, second floor, cameras, guest list. She wanted 6 hands and a version of herself stationed at every weak point in the building. I'll stay here, she said finally. I'll call Graham. Call police non-emergency too, Rowan said, for a person standing outside. For a person standing outside in a storm pointing at a guest room and then heading around the building, yes. Mara nodded once, grateful for the permission. Theo glanced at me. You okay? No, I said, but I'm mobile. We moved toward the main staircase. At the bottom step, the lights flickered just once. The lobby made a collective little sound. A few guests looked up. Someone joked, that better not be the Wi-Fi. The power held, then, from somewhere above us, there came a sharp thud. Not a pipe, not a settling beam. A body hitting a wall. Everyone heard that. The bartender stopped mid-pour. The family by the fire froze with their cards in hand. Mara's phone rested against her ear, unanswered. Theo looked up the stairwell. Rowan reached for the radio on his belt. Another thud came, softer. Then a scraping sound crossed the ceiling over the lobby, slow and uneven, directly beneath room 217. Mara whispered, "Laurel." I looked from her to the stairs, then to the dark front windows where our reflections stood crowded together, all of us warmer and safer than whatever waited outside. For once, waiting would be a choice too. Theo stepped onto the first stair. Rowan followed. I stayed where I was for half a second longer, long enough to hear the wind press snow against the glass in dry, insect-like ticks. Then Mara said, "Do we wake the whole floor or check the room first?" That was the choice. Make noise and cause panic, or move quietly and maybe reach the Felds before whatever was happening became something we couldn't explain away. I put one hand on the banister. "Quiet first," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. "But we don't split up." And together, we started up toward 217. The hallway to room 217 smelled like wet carpet and old radiator heat, which is to say it smelled like every ski lodge hallway in Vermont after 10 at night. Boots had tracked gray slush along the runner. Someone had dropped a red mitten near the ice machine. From behind one door came the soft whine of a hairdryer. From another, the muffled rise and fall of a TV laugh track. Normal things. That was what I kept trying to inventory as we climbed. Normal things had weight. They gave me something to hold. Theo went first, one hand brushing the wall, his boots placed carefully on the stairs, because the old pine treads creaked if you so much as looked at them wrong. Rowan followed him with the radio clipped high on his sweater, jaw set, eyes doing that hotel worker sweep over everything. Exit sign glowing, fire door shut, guest room doors latched. No spilled drink, no visible blood. I came last. I hated coming last. Behind me, the lobby noise thinned with each step until all I could hear was the building breathing through its vents and the dry tap of snow against the tall windows below. Every few seconds, the wind pressed hard enough against the lodge that the walls gave a faint wooden groan. At the second floor landing, Theo stopped. Room 217 was at the far end, where the corridor turned slightly and narrowed under the slope of the roof. Its door was shut. The brass number hung crooked, the 7 lower than the other digits, because one screw had been loose all season, and Graham had decided gravity was cheaper than maintenance. Nothing moved. No scraping now, no thud, no voices. Rowan lifted his radio. Mara, we're on 2. Static. Then Mara, too quiet. I've got Graham's voicemail. Calling police dispatch now. Good, Rowan said. Any sign? He looked at the closed door. Not yet. Theo pointed down. At first, I thought he meant the carpet. Then I saw the snow. Not a lot. Just a scatter of half-melted pellets near the threshold of 217, like someone had shaken out a sleeve. There was a damp smear on the runner leading from the stairwell toward the room, but it stopped halfway down the hall. No full footprints, no clear tread, just moisture and little grains of ice catching the light. Maybe they came in from the stairs, Theo whispered. The front stairs, I asked. He shook his head. Emergency stairs. East side. My mouth tightened. The east stairwell was enclosed, narrow, concrete, and almost never used except during fire drills. It ran down to the exterior door near the mudroom. No windows after the top landing. just painted block and a metal handrail that smelled like pennies when your palm got warm on it. The same stairwell I avoided whenever I could. Rowan stepped closer to 217 and knocked with 2 knuckles. Firm, professional. Mr. and Mrs. Feld. It's Rowan from the front desk. Everything all right in there. We waited. A radiator clanged somewhere in the wall with a hollow, metallic knock. I flinched hard enough that Theo glanced back. Rowan knocked again. Louder, Anya, Lucas. We had a call from downstairs. Please answer the door. No response. Then, from inside the room, came a sound so small I almost missed it. A phone vibrating against wood. It buzzed once, stopped, started again. Mara was calling their cell. Rowan's face changed. Took the master key card from his pocket and held it up, but he didn't use it yet. Policy says we announce and enter for welfare concerns. Policy also says we wait for police if there's a possible intruder, I whispered. Police are 20 minutes out in good weather, Theo said. Nobody needed to say what the weather was. Rowan knocked a 3rd time, harder now. Pinehook staff entering. He tapped the key card. The lock blinked red. He stared at it. Theo leaned in. Try again. Rowan did. I heard Mara's voice crackle over the radio. Rowan, the lock isn't accepting master. That's not possible, she said. It's certainly rude. No, I mean Graham changed the batteries on 2 last week. 217 was on the list. The phone inside kept buzzing. It made the closed door feel thin and stupid, like a piece of painted wood had any right to decide what we could know. Theo lowered himself and looked at the bottom gap. Light S on. Can you see movement? Rowan asked. No. The buzzing stopped. For 1 second, there was only the hum of the hallway lights. Then something hit the inside of the door. Once, a heavy, fleshy thump that rattled the latch. I stepped back into the wall. Theo moved without thinking and put his shoulder against the door as if he could hold back whatever was on the other side. Rowan grabbed his arm. Don't, he said. Another sound came from inside. Not another impact. A drag, slow. Fabric across carpet. Then a breathy noise, like someone trying to speak through a mouthful of cloth. Anya, I called, louder than I meant to. Can you hear us? A thin voice answered, not words, a moan, human. That was worse than silence. Rowan pressed the radio button. Mara, call 911, not non-emergency. Tell them possible injured guest, room inaccessible, possible outside intruder. We need fire or EMS with entry tools. Already dialing, Mara said. Her voice had gone clipped, all front desk polish burned away. Stay out of the room until the lights went out. Not just flicker. Out. The hallway vanished. Someone behind one of the doors yelped. A TV cut off mid-sentence. The radiator kept ticking in the dark like it had been waiting for its solo. Emergency lights came on after 3 seconds, red and weak, bathing the corridor in a color that made skin look bruised. Downstairs, guests started talking at once. Chairs scraped. A child cried, then was hushed. My chest tightened so fast it felt mechanical. Power outage meant the service elevator. It meant the narrow east stairwell. It meant no windows, no easy air, no clean line back to the lobby unless I turned around right now. Theo said my name quietly. I'm fine, I lied. The room door beeped. Green. The deadbolt motor clicked from inside the lock housing as backup power reset the system. Rowan didn't hesitate. He turned the handle. The door opened 6 inches and stopped against the chain latch. A slice of room appeared, warm lamplight, beige wall, the edge of a suitcase stand. A pair of ski pants collapsed on the floor. And a hand, a woman's hand, pale and shaking, reaching from behind the door across the carpet. Her fingers clawed once, weakly. "Help," she said. Rowan's whole body went still. "Anya," the chain held. Through the gap, I saw one eye, wide and wet, partly hidden by hair stuck to her face. Anya Feld was on the floor, pressed against the inside of the door, wearing thermal leggings and a long sleeve base layer. Her cheek had a red mark along the bone, already swelling. Her lips moved before sound came. "He went out," she whispered. Theo leaned closer. "Who went out?" "My husband." Her throat worked. "Lucas went out." Rowan kept his voice level. "Are you hurt?" "He fell." "No, I fell." "I don't know." She tried to push herself up and made a sharp sound through her teeth. "He saw someone at the window." "At this window?" I asked. She nodded once, then winced. Room 217 was on the 2nd floor. Its windows looked out over the east roofline and the snowshoe trail beyond. No balcony. No ledge wide enough for a person to stand on, not unless they were hanging from the roof edge or balanced on the snow-packed service awning below. Theo looked at me. I did not want to understand the look. Rowan said, "Anya, can you remove the chain?" Her hand patted blindly along the door. She couldn't reach it from the floor. "I can't," she said. "My ankle." Rowan turned to Theo. "Can you pop it?" Theo already had the multi-tool out. "Maybe." Downstairs, Mara's voice rose over the radio, talking to dispatch now. "Yes, Pinehook Lodge off Mountain Road, Route 108 side. Power is out. Injured guest. Possible missing person. Yes, severe weather. Yes, we have backup lights." Then, farther away from the radio, a man shouted in the lobby, "What do you mean the doors are locked?" Theo stopped working the chain. Rowan and I both looked down the hall toward the stairs. Mara came back on the radio, breathless. "Rowan, front doors won't open." "What do you mean won't open?" "The maglock is stuck, engaged. Backup battery didn't release. I've got 50 guests in the lobby asking questions. Use the crash bar." I did. It's not releasing. East mudroom still shows open on the tablet, but the door is physically locked. Basement service is alarmed open. Pool exit 2. None of it makes sense. Theo muttered, "Power surge." Rowan's voice sharpened. "Manual override. Key is in Graham's office." "Of course it is." Mara lowered her voice. "Dispatch says state police and fire are en route, but Mountain Road is slow. Plow hasn't come through since 7. They said minimum 25, maybe more." Inside room 217, Anya made a small choking noise. "Lucas," she said. I crouched near the gap, keeping my hand clear of the door. "Anya, listen to me. Where did Lucas go?" Her eyes shifted toward me, unfocused at first, then catching. "He thought someone was hurt." Her accent thickened as she fought to speak. "Outside the window, there was a face. No, not face, mask." He opened window. Rowan closed his eyes for half a second. "Why?" Theo asked, not cruelly, just unable to stop himself. Anya swallowed. It looked like a child. The hallway seemed to tilt around that sentence. Behind us, a door opened. A man in a bathrobe leaned out of 213, gray hair flattened on one side. "What's happening?" he demanded. "Is there a fire?" Rowan turned, instantly hotel again. "Sir, please stay in your room for the moment. The power's out. We're aware. My wife uses a CPAP. That snagged Rowan. Real problem. Immediate problem." Another door opened, then another. A teenage girl in pajama pants stuck her head out and said, "Is the Wi-Fi down?" From downstairs came a rising wave of voices. The challenge arrived all at once, not like a monster stepping into view, but like a series of small failures stacking too quickly to catch. We had an injured guest trapped behind a chained door. Her husband was outside somewhere in a snowstorm after climbing out or going down from the second floor. The lodge doors might be locked by a failed system. The power was out. Emergency services were delayed. And the only staff on site were a front desk manager trying not to lose control of a lobby full of frightened guests, an auditor with a radio, a ski tech with a multi-tool, and me, who suddenly wanted nothing more than to back down the stairs and let someone braver become the kind of person the moment required. Theo got the chain unhooked on the third try. The door opened. Anya was lying twisted beside the bed, one ankle bent wrong enough that I looked away, and then forced myself to look back, because pretending not to see, it wouldn't make it less true. Her face was streaked with tears and melting snow. Snow. On her hair, on her sleeves, melting into the carpet around her. The window stood open. Wind pushed through it in hard gusts, snapping the curtains inward. The room smelled like cold air, wet fabric, and something metallic from the radiator working too hard against the storm. On the sill, there were scrape marks in the frost. Outside, beyond the glass, the service awning below was a white blur. Theo crossed to the window and looked out. "Don't lean," Rowan said. Theo braced one hand on the frame anyway. "There are tracks." "Luca's?" I asked. "2 sets maybe. Hard to tell." Anya pushed up on one elbow. "He climbed down. He said he could reach the roof." I told him no, but the person went away, and then we heard knocking from below. He said someone was trapped. "Below where?" Rowan asked. She pointed weakly toward the east side, by the laundry door. Then he shouted. I heard him shout, then nothing. Theo pulled his head back in, face tight. The awning drops to the snow pile. It's stupid but possible. If he went down there, he could reach the service yard. And break his leg doing it, Rowan said. Or worse, Theo said. I knelt beside Anya because it was easier than looking out the window. Can you tell me exactly when he left? Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15. I don't know. She started trembling hard enough that the bed skirt shook where her shoulder touched it. My phone fell. I could not stand. He had no coat. Theo turned. No coat. He wore sweater, boots, yes. No coat. He thought 1 minute. 1 minute in that weather could become a problem. 15 could become an emergency. The storm had dropped the temperature fast after sunset, and the wind was worse on the east side where the lodge didn't block it. A person outside without a coat could lose dexterity before they understood they were in trouble. Rowan keyed his radio. Mara, Lucasfeld is outside, likely East Service Yard or Snowshoe Trail, no coat. We need to organize inside first, then search. Mara didn't answer right away. When she did, I could hear guests around her. I need help down here now. People are trying the doors. One guy says he'll break a window if we don't let him out. The phones are on backup, but I don't know how long. Graham still isn't answering. Rowan rubbed his forehead. Tell him breaking a window in a blizzard is a grand way to freeze everyone in the lobby. I did. He said he knows his rights. Everyone knows their rights until they meet weather. Theo moved toward the room door. I'll go outside. No, Mara and Rowan said at the same time through the radio and in the room. Theo's face flushed. He is out there without a coat. And if you go alone, there will be 2 of you out there, Rowan said. I know the grounds in daylight. I know them at night too. Theo, I said, we can't even get the doors open. He looked at me then, really looked, and I hated the accusation I imagined in his face. Maybe it wasn't there. Maybe I put it there because I already felt it. You heard Anya, he said. He went down from the window. We can go the same way. Absolutely not, Rowan said. Theo pointed at the open window. If the doors are locked and Lucas is outside now, this is the fastest way. This is how we add spinal injuries to the evening. He may have minutes. That shut us all up. The wind blew the curtains sideways again, and something small struck the glass from outside. Tick, then another tick, not snow, harder. Theo turned back to the window. A pebble sat on the inside sill. Then another hit the pane and bounced into the room. Tick. Anya made a sound low in her throat. That is what they did before. Rowan went to the window slowly, staying to the side of it. Anya squeezed her eyes shut. I don't know, tick. A third pebble struck the glass. From outside below us came a voice. It was faint under the wind, but human. Help, Theo lunged to the window. Lucas. Rowan grabbed his sweater and hauled him back from leaning too far out. The voice came again. Please. It sounded close to the building. East side. Below the awning maybe. Thin with cold or distance. Mara crackled over the radio. What was that? We heard someone outside, Rowan said. Guessed. Likely Lucas. I've got dispatch on the line. They say do not send anyone out unless there is immediate visible danger. Theo laughed once, sharp and humorless. He is outside in a blizzard without a coat. How much more visible do they want? Another problem broke in before anyone could answer. The emergency lights flickered. Once. Twice. The red glow dimmed to the color of old coals. From downstairs, several guests shouted. Rowan looked toward the hall, then at Anya, then at Theo. You could see him doing the math and hating every number. Anya needed first aid and warmth. Guests downstairs needed management. Lucas needed rescue. The doors needed opening. The generator, if it had even started, was not holding properly. There was no single correct first move, only wrong ones, ranked by how quickly they might kill someone. I stood up. We need the manual override key, I said. Rowan looked at me. Graham's office. Basement level. Theo shook his head. That hall is dark. I know. Basement meant the service stairs, not the elevator at least. But also no windows, low ceiling, concrete walls, the smell of damp mop heads and heating oil, and the memory of being stuck between floors with radio static filling my ears. Mara's voice came through. Laurel, no. I can try to get into the office from my side. Can you leave the desk? A pause. Downstairs, someone shouted, Open the damn doors. Mara didn't answer. That was answer enough. Rowan said, I'll go. You need to stay with Anya and the floor, I said. Theo knows the outside if we get a door open. Mara has the lobby. I know Graham's office code. Rowan stared at me. I had learned the code by accident 2 months earlier when Graham asked me to grab petty cash, and then forgot he had told me. I had never mentioned it because Graham was the kind of owner who would change the code and then forget the new one. Theo stepped closer. I'll come with you. No, Rowan said again, but weaker this time. A voice rose from outside. This time, not a clear help. A scream, short, cut off. Anya tried to sit up and cried out in pain. Theo went white around the mouth. The emergency lights dimmed again. Mara said over the radio, "Dispatch says fire is stuck behind a jackknifed delivery truck near the lower turnoff. State police are rerouting. They need us to shelter in place." "Shelter in place," Theo said, almost whispering. "While he is outside," Rowan looked at me. "Laurel, you don't have to prove anything." That almost made me back out. Kindness can be harder to stand than pressure. "I'm not proving anything," I said. My voice shook, but it held together. "I'm getting a key." The lodge gave another deep wooden groan as the wind hit it. The open window rattled in its frame. Far below, the lobby kept boiling with fear and questions, while somewhere outside in the white dark, Lucas Feld had stopped calling. Rowan shut the window most of the way, but left it cracked, listening. Thea picked up the flashlight from Anya's nightstand. The beam blinked once before steadying. "Basement," he said. I looked down the hallway toward the stairwell. At the red light, the narrow door leading to the service stairs. Then Mara came over the radio one more time, and her words changed everything. "East mudroom just opened," she said. Not alarmed, actually opened. "I'm looking at the camera." Rowan pressed the radio button. "Is someone there?" Static. "Mara," her answer came small and strained. "I can't tell," she said. "The lens is frosted from the inside." From the lobby below, glass shattered. Not a window. Smaller. Maybe a display case. Maybe a framed trail map. Then people screamed. Theo looked at me. The basement key was still the plan. But now, the only route to it might take us past whatever had come in through the east mudroom. The service stairwell door had one of those push bars that always felt damp, even indoors. I stood in front of it with Theo beside me, Rowan behind us, and the whole lodge making scared noises below. The second floor hallway glowed red from the emergency lights. Behind us, room 217's door stayed propped open with a luggage rack, so Anya could see us, and we could see her. She was wrapped in the bedspread now, sitting against the bed frame with her swollen ankle elevated on a pillow, biting down on a washcloth whenever the pain got ahead of her breathing. Rowan had done what he could for her with towels and the first aid kit from the linen closet. Not enough. Not close. "Basement stairs go down here," he said, pointing at the door beside the ice machine. "One flight to the staff corridor. Left takes you to laundry and the east mudroom. Right takes you past the boiler room, then Graham's office. His door is opposite dry storage. You get the override key, come straight back. Unless the east mudroom is the problem," Theo said. "Then you do not go left." Theo's face was tight in the red light. If Lucas is out there, if Lucas is outside, the best thing we can do is get a real door open without killing ourselves through a window. From inside 217, Anya said, "Please." It was the smallest word in the hallway, but it shut everyone up. Mara crackled over the radio. "Rowan, status. Laurel and Theo are going to Graham's office." "I don't like that." "Neither do I," downstairs. Another crash came from the lobby, then a chorus of voices. Mara moved away from the radio and shouted, "Everyone back from the glass." Now, glass. I thought of the front wall of windows and the dark beyond them. I thought of the person in the parka pointing up at 217. I thought of the handprint on the kitchen window, too high and too detailed, as if someone had pressed their hand there patiently, waiting for me to notice. Theo pushed open the stairwell door. Cold concrete air breathed out at us. My body objected before my brain could dress it up as caution. My ribs tightened. My throat narrowed. The stairs dropped into a red-lit shaft with painted cinder block walls close enough to touch on either side. The emergency fixture at the landing hummed weakly, its battery already dying. Theo looked at me. "We can go slow." "No," I said, "we go fast." That was attempt one. Get the manual override key, unlock the doors, restore the lodge to something with exits. Simple. The kind of plan you make because you need a plan more than you need it to survive contact with reality. We went down single file, Theo first with the flashlight, me behind with one hand on the rail. The metal was cold even through my sleeve. Every step amplified itself in the stairwell. Boot, echo, boot, echo. The door above us sighed shut, and the click of the latch made my stomach drop as if the floor had gone soft. "You good?" Theo asked. "Keep moving." At the bottom, the staff corridor ran east to west under the guest rooms. To our left, past laundry, was the east mudroom and the exterior service yard. To our right were the boiler room, dry storage, Graham's office, and the old pool hallway that hadn't been renovated since the 90s. A yellow emergency light blinked above the boiler room door like a tired eye. The basement smelled wrong. Usually it smelled like detergent, heating oil, floor wax, and wet boots. Now the cold had gotten into it. Sharp air moved along the corridor from somewhere to the left, carrying snow dust across the concrete in small, crawling threads. "The mudroom door," Theo whispered. "Right," I said, "we go right." But we both looked left first. The laundry room door stood open. White sheets sat piled in blue carts. One cart had been knocked sideways, spilling towels across the floor. Beyond it, at the far end of the left-hand corridor, the east mudroom was visible through a rectangular doorway. Its lights were off. Something dark lay on the floor just inside it. Theo lifted the flashlight. The beam reached through the laundry doorway across the concrete, over scattered towels, and landed on a heap of black fabric. A coat, only a coat. I let out a breath so hard it hurt. "Guest coat," I whispered. Theo moved one step left. I grabbed his sleeve. "No, it might be Luca's S." Anya said he didn't take one. "It could be from whoever came in, which is why we don't go toward it." His jaw flexed. For a second, I thought he'd pull away from me. Then, from the mudroom, something scratched against the floor. Not a footstep, more like plastic dragged over grit. Theo froze. The flashlight trembled in his hand, just enough that the beam jumped off the coat and caught the mudroom benches, the boot racks, the snowmelt mats shining black with water. The dark coat moved. I nearly screamed. Then a small orange snow shovel slid off the bench and clattered to the floor. That was the misdirection. A stupid plastic shovel knocked down by wind through an open door, and for 3 seconds, my brain made it into a crawling body. It should have made me feel better when we understood it. It didn't, because the wind had to be coming from somewhere. Theo swallowed. Doors open. We get the key first. This time he nodded. We turned right. The corridor narrowed past the boiler room. Heat pulsed through the closed metal door in waves, fighting the cold slipping in behind us. Pipes ran low overhead, forcing Theo to duck. My breath sounded too loud. My right hand kept sliding along the wall, feeling old paint, screw heads, a patch of crumbling plaster where a cart had once gouged the corner. Graham's office was at the end, beside dry storage. A brown door, cheap brass knob, keypad dead. Theo tried the handle. Locked. I stared at the keypad. No. What? No, no, no. The keypad was dark. No numbers glowing. No little red status light. Graham had installed it himself and bragged that it had a battery backup. Graham bragged about a lot of things that broke when touched by weather. Theo shoved the flashlight under his arm and opened his multi-tool. Can you pick it? Can I what? You worked here 3 years. I pour coffee and explain lift tickets. I don't burgle offices. He crouched at the knob anyway, trying the flathead in the edge of the lock. I pressed the radio. Rowan, keypad's dead. Doors locked. A blast of static came back. Then Rowan broken into pieces. Copy. Say again. The keypad is dead, I repeated. We can't get in. Nothing. Theo dug at the latch, teeth clenched. Old door, cheap lock. The hallway lights flickered lower. Cold air pushed harder from behind us. I looked back the way we had come. The corridor stretched straight past the boiler room to the laundry doorway, then turned left out of sight toward the east mudroom. The towels on the floor stirred in the draft, tiny movements that made my nerves misfire. Then the radio spat Mara's voice, louder than before. Laurel, if you can hear me, don't go to the mudroom. Repeat, do not go to the mudroom. I lifted the radio. Why static? Mara, why? No answer. Theo stopped working the lock. From the left side of the basement, past laundry, came the sound of the mudroom door slamming shut. The whole corridor jumped. Then came 3 hard knocks. Boom, boom, boom. Not on the mudroom door, farther away. From outside, against the east wall. Theo stood. Whispered no. The knocks came again, lower now, almost under the floor. Boom, boom. A voice followed. Laurel. It was muffled by walls and wind, but it said my name. Theo turned toward the laundry corridor. I grabbed his wrist with both hands. That is not Luca's. His face had changed. It sounded like Rowan. Rowan is upstairs. Then we need to know who. No, we don't. We need the key. That plan failed. He was right, and I hated him for it for half a second. The office door wouldn't open. The radio was unreliable. The doors upstairs were stuck. The east mudroom had opened by itself, or by someone we couldn't see, and something outside knew my name, unless I had imagined it through panic and wind. Attempt 1 had failed, and all it had revealed was that the lodge's failure wasn't one failure. It was layered. Power, locks, cameras, radios, staff-only spaces. Someone had either caused it or was taking advantage of it with horrible timing. Theo stepped back from Graham's door and pointed at dry storage. There's a tool cabinet behind the flower racks. Maybe a crowbar. Good. Dry storage didn't have a keypad, just a push-button lock that had been broken since November. Theo popped it with the screwdriver. The room smelled like cardboard, onions, and industrial coffee. Shelves crowded both sides, narrowing the walkway to a shoulder-width lane. My flashlight beam found boxes of pasta, jugs of syrup, a sack of rock salt, and finally a metal cabinet with a bent handle. Theo opened it and started rummaging. "Bolt cutters," he muttered. "Pipe wrench, come on." I stood in the doorway and watched the corridor. The cold draft carried a new sound now, not knocking. A wet, rhythmic squeak, like rubber soles on painted concrete. The beam of my flashlight caught the floor near the laundry doorway. A footprint appeared in the film of meltwater. Another. They were small, child-sized maybe, barely impressions at all, as if someone with very light weight had stepped from the laundry area into the corridor and then stopped just beyond where the light reached. "Theo," I whispered. He looked over. The footprints did not move. The beam shook in my hand, and the footprints shimmered, then began to lose shape as water spread across the concrete. Theo came to the doorway holding a pry bar. We both stared. "Could be from earlier," he said. "They weren't there." "You sure?" "No. That was the awful thing. Fear makes a terrible witness. It edits while recording." From the far left, a voice called again. This time it did not use my name. It said, "Open up," a man's voice. Shivering, angry, "Open the damn door." Theo's eyes widened. "Lucas." He pushed past me before I could stop him. That became attempt 2. Reach the mudroom, confirm whether Lucas was outside, and maybe get him in through the east door if the manual override key was unreachable. We moved toward the laundry room with the pry bar between us, like a bad idea made of steel. The geography of that basement has never left me. Graham's office and dry storage at the west end. Boiler room halfway down. Laundry across from staff lockers. East mudroom beyond laundry, with the exterior door leading to the service yard. Above the mudroom, the service awning beneath room 217. Past the yard, the snowshoe trail curved toward the tree line and the old maintenance shed. We turned into laundry. The room was a mess. Towels across the floor. One dryer door hanging open, sheets half pulled out like a tongue. The exterior camera monitor mounted over the folding table showed only a gray-white blur. Frosted from the inside, Mara had said. Now I could see why. Moisture had condensed and frozen across the tiny screen housing, feathers of ice spreading from the edges. Theo pointed at the far door. The east mudroom was beyond it. The black coat still lay on the floor, and under one of the benches, something pale showed between the boot trays. A hand. Theo made a sound and ran. Wait, he didn't. He crossed into the mudroom and dropped to his knees beside the bench. I followed with my heart, hammering so hard I heard it in my ears. The hand belonged to a mannequin. A child-sized ski mannequin from the rental display upstairs. One of the creepy plastic figures Graham used in December to advertise kids' lesson packages. Its face was turned toward the wall, smooth and blank, with a rental helmet strapped crookedly to its head and a blue scarf wrapped around its lower face. A mask, Anya had said. It looked like a child. Theo stared at it, breathing hard. That wasn't here, he said. No, the mannequin's plastic palm had gray slush in the creases. One arm had been bent backward until the joint cracked. Its tiny ski jacket was wet. On the mudroom floor, around it, were boot prints. Adult. Several sets. Some with heavy winter tread. Some smooth-soled. Too many to read cleanly, crossing and smearing in slush. Someone had dragged the mannequin in from outside, or out from the lodge, or both. Theo went to the exterior door. It was shut now. He hit the crash bar. Nothing. He shoved harder. The door flexed, but didn't release. Lucas, he shouted through the wired glass window. The glass had frosted over in a cloudy oval from the inside, but a handprint had been wiped through it. Theo rubbed it clear with his sleeve and looked out. I crowded beside him. The service yard was a rectangle between the lodge wall and the snowbank left by the plow. A propane cage sat to the right, dumpsters to the left. The service awning was above us, piled with snow beneath the second-floor windows. The porch light over the mudroom door flickered, but held. At first, I saw no one. Then, near the propane cage, a shape moved. A man on hands and knees. Theo slapped the glass. Lucas. The man lifted his head. It was Lucas. No coat. Sweater crusted with snow. One side of his face darkened, maybe bruised, maybe shadow. He was less than 20 feet away, but the wind shoved snow between us like thrown gravel. He crawled toward the door. I fumbled for the radio. Rowan, we found Lucas. East Service Yard. He's alive. Door won't open. Static answered. Theo jammed the pry bar into the door seam near the latch. Help me, we both pulled. The metal groaned. My palms slipped. Pain shot through my shoulder. Theo reset the bar lower, teeth bared with effort. Outside, Lucas reached the step. He put one hand on the glass. His fingers left red streaks. Then he looked past us. Not at us, past us, into the laundry room behind. His mouth opened. I turned. At the far side of the laundry room, beyond the carts and hanging sheets, a person stood in the doorway to the main corridor. Small, hooded, wrapped in a child's ski jacket too bulky for their frame. For 1 second, the red emergency light made the face under the hood look blank. Then the figure moved, and I saw goggles. White ski goggles frosted over. A scarf pulled high. A helmet, not inhuman, a person. A child maybe, or someone small enough to pass for one in winter gear. They lifted one mittened hand and pressed a finger to where their mouth would be. SHH. Theo saw my face and turned. The figure bolted. He started after them. No, I shouted. But the choice had already forked. Lucas was outside, freezing and bleeding at the locked door. The unknown person was inside, moving toward the main corridor and the stairs. If they reached the lobby, where Mara had 50 guests and failing lights, panic would do the rest. Theo hesitated one brutal second. Then he handed me the pry bar. Get him in. What? I'll stop them. Theo, don't split, he ran. Of course he did. Attempt to split apart right there. We had found Lucas, but not saved him. We had confirmed the not human guests were at least human enough to wear stolen ski gear, use props, lure people, and move through the staff corridors. That should have made everything less frightening. It made it worse. Human meant planning. Human meant choice. I wedged the pry bar into the door seam and pulled until my shoulders screamed. "Lucas," I said through the glass. "Stay awake. Stay with me." His forehead rested against the pane. His lips moved. I couldn't hear him. Behind me, Theo's footsteps faded into the corridor, then up the stairs. A second later came a crash, a shout, and the hard sound of bodies hitting the wall. The radio burst alive. Mara screamed, "Who is that? Who is that?" Then Rowan. "Lock the stairwell." Then Theo, distant and breathless. "They're going up, up, toward the guest floors, toward Anya." The emergency lights flickered again and went out completely. The basement dropped into black, except for my flashlight beam, and the weak porch light outside shining through the wired glass around Lucas's shaking hand. The door latch gave a metallic snap. For one glorious second, I thought I de-opened it. Then the top hinge tore loose instead. The door sagged inward an inch, twisted in its frame, and jammed hard against the threshold. Not open, not closed, ruined. Cold air knifed through the gap, bringing snow with it. Outside, Lucas slumped sideways against the door. Inside, somewhere above me, the lodge fire alarm began to shriek. Not a steady alarm, a broken, pulsing scream, the kind that tells everyone to evacuate. Except the doors were still locked, the power was failing. Lucas was pinned outside the only door I had damaged. Theo was gone after a masked intruder, and the stairwell behind me had gone black. Then the sprinkler pipe above the mudroom cracked from the cold shock and burst. Water hammered down in a freezing sheet over the mannequin, the boot racks, the door, Lucas's arm through the gap, and me. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was practical. The basement began to flood, and the only way back to the lobby was through the dark corridor where Theo had vanished. The water hit so hard it stole the air from me. It came from above in a freezing sheet, roaring off the broken sprinkler pipe and hammering the mudroom floor until the slush around my boots turned into gray soup. The child mannequin lay on its side under the downpour, helmet filling and spilling, one plastic arm twitching whenever the water struck it. Outside, Lucas's hand was still wedged through the gap in the broken door. His fingers had gone pale, except where blood striped them. "Lucas," I shouted. He blinked through the wired glass. His face was pressed sideways to the pane, cheek flattened, beard crusted white. His sweater had frozen stiff in places. He tried to move his lips. I couldn't hear him over the alarm. The fire alarm screamed in uneven pulses, the old horn stuttering every third blast like it was choking. Red flashes bounced off the water on the floor. Somewhere above me, guests were yelling. Boots pounded overhead. Not organized movement. Panic movement. I grabbed Lucas's wrist with both hands and pulled. Nothing. The door had sagged inward when the hinge tore, pinning the lower corner against the threshold. Left a gap wide enough for his arm and one shoulder, not wide enough for his body. The more he tried to force himself through, the more the twisted metal frame bit into his coatless side. "No coat, no time. Don't pull," I shouted, though I had just pulled. Stop moving." His eyes rolled toward me, unfocused. I turned and jammed the pry bar into the hinge side again. My hands slipped. The metal was wet, and my fingers were already clumsy from cold. I pushed down with everything I had. The door groaned, didn't give. "Come on," I said. "Come on, you miserable." The radio at my hip crackled. Mara's voice burst through under the alarm. "Laurel, where are you?" "Mudroom," I yelled, pressing the button with my wrist because my hands were locked around the pry bar. "Lucas is stuck. Doors jammed. Sprinkler burst." Static chewed half her answer. "Lobby doors still stuck. Guests moving toward west windows. Someone pulled alarm. Rowan has Anya. Theo's hurt." My grip slipped. "What?" Crash came through the radio. Mara swore, not into the radio exactly, but close enough. Then, the intruder hit him on the stairs. He's conscious. Rowan's dragging him into 217. Intruder, singular, maybe not. From the corridor behind me came the wet squeak of rubber soles. I turned so fast I nearly fell. My flashlight lay on the mudroom bench, beam pointed toward the laundry doorway. It showed hanging sheets moving in the draft. White fabric, red emergency flashes. Empty carts, no one there. Then a voice called from the corridor, soft and small. Help, not Lucas, not Anya, not Mara, a child's voice. The sound crawled under my skin because it was too careful, too placed. I picked up the pry bar and backed toward the door, water running down my face into my mouth. It tasted like rust and old pipes. "Who are you?" I shouted. The sheets shifted. A figure stepped into view at the laundry doorway. Small, hood up, frosted white goggles, a scarf pulled over the mouth. Child-sized ski jacket, blue and orange, the same color as the mannequins. One mittened hand held Theo's flashlight. The other held a box cutter. Not a monster, not an animal. A person in stolen winter gear, using size and costume and the storm to make our brains do the rest. They tilted their head. Behind the goggles, I couldn't see eyes. "Open the door," they said. The voice wasn't a child S now. It was older, female maybe. Young, but not a child. My arm tightened around the pry bar. "It's open enough for him to freeze to death. Congratulations." "Move, outside." Lucas made a weak sound. His hand twitched against my boot. The person took one step in. The water spread around their boots. Smooth-soled boots, not ski boots. That explained some of the prints. The too small impressions. The wrong movement through snow if you only saw glimpses and filled in the rest with fear. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. They glanced toward the broken door. He wasn't supposed to come down. That sentence hit harder than an answer. He wasn't supposed to come down, meaning the lure had been for someone else, or for panic, or for a door to be opened. Lucas had simply taken the bait. The radio burst again. Rowan, breathless. "Laurel, if you can hear me, stay away from the east stairwell. There are two of them." The figure in the doorway flinched at Rowan's voice. "Two." My eyes flicked to the corridor behind them. They saw me do it, and they ran at me. There was no clean fight, no choreographed bravery. They slipped on the flooded floor halfway across the mudroom, caught themselves on a boot rack, and swung the box cutter anyway. I jerked back. The blade caught my forearm instead of my face, a hot line opening through cold skin. Pain came late. I swung the pry bar, not at their head. I couldn't make myself do that. I hit their wrist. They screamed and dropped the cutter into the water. Lucas's hand grabbed my ankle. I thought he was trying to help. He was pointing. Behind me, through the sagging gap of the door, outside in the service yard, another shape moved near the propane cage. Taller, dark parka, the figure from the front window, maybe. They were carrying something rectangular against their side. The manual override key box. No, not key box. The lodge's red emergency lockout panel from the exterior wall, torn open and hanging by wires. I recognized the cracked plastic cover from the mudroom entrance. The panel that should have released the maglock in a fire. They had disabled the outside release. The small intruder lunged for the cutter. I kicked it under the bench, lost my balance, and slammed one hip into the boot rack. Plastic boots toppled around us. The mannequin's helmet bobbed in the water, knocking against my shin like a tiny skull. The intruder grabbed my apron and shoved. I went down. Freezing water closed over one ear. The alarm became muffled. Red light smeared across the water's surface. For half a second, I saw the mudroom upside down. Boot soles, dripping coats, Lucas's hand, the intruder's goggles, the sagging door, the black rectangle of the laundry doorway behind them. Then I came up coughing. The intruder had the pry bar. They jammed it into the door seam from the inside, not to open it, but to force the broken door back outward, to crush Lucas's arm loose, or keep him out. "Stop," I shouted. They pushed. Lucas screamed. A raw, human sound. That reached something in me that fear hadn't. I grabbed the mannequin by its cracked arm and swung it two-handed. It was lighter than it looked, hollow plastic and wet fabric, but the helmet hit the intruder's shoulder hard enough to knock them sideways into the bench. The goggles flew off. A face appeared. A woman, early 20s maybe. White, narrow-faced, with a split lip and eyes so furious they looked almost black in the red flashes. Not inhuman. Not even masked anymore. Just a person making herself terrible on purpose. She spat water and said, "You don't know what this place is." Then Theo hit her from behind, not elegantly. He stumbled out of the laundry room and crashed into her with one shoulder, both of them sliding across the flooded floor. His nose was bleeding. One eye was swollen half shut. He had a towel wrapped around one hand, already red. "Theo," I yelled. "Door," he gasped. "Get the door." The woman clawed for his face. He pinned her wrist with his injured hand and swore in German through his teeth. I grabbed the pry bar. Outside, the taller figure reached the mudroom step. Through the glass, I saw them bend toward Lucas. Not to help. They took hold of his sweater and began pulling him away from the door. Lucas thrashed weakly. I wedged the pry bar low near the broken hinge and threw my weight down. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The taller figure outside turned their hood toward me. A face behind a ski mask. Frost crusted around the mouth hole. They raised one gloved hand and waved. A little greeting, casual. That small gesture made me angrier than anything else. I looked at the door differently then. Not as a door to open, as a broken object. The top hinge was gone. The lower hinge still held. The latch side was jammed inward. The frame had twisted. "Theo," I shouted. "Lower hinge." He was still wrestling the woman. Busy. I jammed the pry bar into the lower hinge. My cut arm burned. Water had filled my sleeves. My boots had gone numb. I pushed, braced one foot on the wall, and pulled back. The hinge pin moved a fraction. Outside, Lucas's hand vanished from the gap. No, the taller figure dragged him by the shoulders, away from the door, toward the propane cage. Then the world changed again. The lobby noise above became a stampede, guests, moving hard. Mara's voice came over the radio, wild now. They're breaking the west window. I can't stop them. I can't. A smash rolled through the building. Not a small display case this time. A front window. Wind punched through Pinehook Lodge. Even down in the basement, I felt the pressure shift. The cold draft became a shove. The fire alarm wailed. Guests screamed as the storm entered the warm heart of the lodge. And with that pressure change, the mudroom door moved. Just slightly. The broken frame flexed inward. I screamed and pulled on the pry bar. The lower hinge pin tore free. The door fell. Not open, fell. Dropped inward with a brutal metallic bang, catching the edge of my boot and crushing my toes. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I hit the floor beside it, choking on a sound I didn't recognize as mine. But the doorway was open. Snow blew in sideways. Theo saw it. The woman saw it. The taller figure outside saw it too. The woman bit Theo's arm. He shouted and lost his grip. She scrambled toward the open doorway on hands and knees, but Theo caught her jacket and hung on. I couldn't stand properly. My left foot screamed when I tried. I crawled over the fallen door into the storm. Cold erased everything. It hit my wet clothes and turned them into a second skin made of needles. The service yard was chaos. Snow whipping around the propane cage, dumpsters half buried, porch light flickering in and out. Lucas lay on his back near the cage, eyes open, one arm bent across his chest. The taller intruder stood over him, holding a length of orange extension cord. For a second, I understood what the cord was for. Not tying Lucas. The propane cage. The emergency generator line ran along that wall before diving inside. Graham had complained about it last week because the conduit cover was loose. The intruder had been working near it, trying to disable, or had already disabled part of the system. Power, locks, cameras, alarm, not ghosts, not creatures. Sabotage with tools and weather as cover. Get away from him, I shouted. The figure turned. They were bigger than me. Male, probably, though winter gear flattened everything into bulk. He lifted one hand. In it was a hammer. I had the pry bar. We stood there in snow and screaming alarm, two ordinary objects made ugly by circumstance. Then Lucas moved. He kicked out weakly and caught the intruder's boot. The man stumbled, not much, but enough. I swung the pry bar at his knee. I connected. He went down with a strangled yell, hammer flying into the snow. I dropped the pry bar and grabbed Lucas under the arms. He was heavier than fear had promised. Help me, I screamed toward the doorway. Theo appeared, dragging the woman by the back of her jacket. She fought like an animal, slick with water, but her right wrist hung wrong from where I'd hit it. Behind Theo, Rowan came limping through the laundry room with a fire extinguisher in both hands. I had never been so glad to see anyone. Rowan took in the yard in one glance. Inside, he shouted. The man, I see him. The taller intruder was trying to stand, one leg buckling. Rowan stepped onto the fallen door threshold and aimed the extinguisher. "Stay down," the man lunged. Rowan sprayed him full in the face. White powder exploded into the storm. The man staggered backward, coughing, blind, and crashed into the propane cage hard enough to rattle the metal bars. Theo shoved the woman inside and kicked the box cutter farther under the bench. "Laurel, now," I pulled Lucas. My crushed foot couldn't take weight. Every step was half fall, half drag. Lucas groaned, his head lolled. For one horrifying second, I thought we would lose him at the threshold because my hands had gone numb and his sweater was slick with snow. Then Mara appeared in the laundry doorway. Mara, who was supposed to be in the lobby. Her hair had come loose. One cheek was scratched. She had a fireplace poker in one hand and a ring of keys in the other. "Move," she yelled. Between the four of us, we hauled Lucas over the fallen door and into the mudroom. Rowan backed in last, extinguisher aimed at the yard, until Theo kicked the remains of the door up enough to block the opening halfway. It didn't seal, not even close. Snow blew around it in streams, but it slowed the wind. Mara slammed the laundry door shut and jammed the fireplace poker through the handle and a pipe bracket. A terrible lock, but a lock. The woman on the floor laughed. It was short and breathless and almost joyful. Theo stood over her, panting. Why, she looked up at him through wet hair. Because he ruined everything. Who? She smiled with blood on her teeth. Graham, the name landed in the room like another alarm. Rowan crouched beside Lucas, fingers at his throat. Pulse, weak, he's hypothermic. We need blankets. Mara tossed me the keys. Manual override, found it in Graham's desk. I stared at them. How? I broke his office window with a paperweight from the lobby side. She pointed vaguely behind her. Long story. Short version, Graham's cheap. Then she saw my foot. "Oh, Laurel. Later," I said, though my voice shook badly. "Doors first." The woman tried to sit up. Theo pushed her shoulder down with one hand. Not cruel, firm. His face had gone gray. Rowan said, "Theo, your hand." Theo looked at the towel around it as if surprised it belonged to him. Later. Everyone was saying later because now still had teeth. Mara spoke fast. The guests broke the west window. I got most of them away from it, but the lobby is freezing. If the front doors release, we can move people to cars or at least get fire access when they arrive. Dispatch says responders are still blocked, but plows clearing. I keyed the radio with shaking fingers. Rowan, Mara, Theo with me. Mara looked at the woman. "We can't leave her." The woman laughed again. "There are more of us." No one moved. She looked at the ceiling, toward the lobby and rooms above. "You think we came in through one door?" The alarm pulsed. In that pulse, from beyond the laundry door, something hit the makeshift barricade. Once, then again. The taller man outside, maybe, or someone else in the corridor. Mara's face drained. Rowan stood, extinguisher in hand. Theo picked up the pry bar. I held the keys so tightly they cut into my palm. This was the convergence. Every hallway, every locked door, every planted prop and failed battery, and delayed siren outside. The lodge was not haunted. It was under attack by people who knew its weak places and addressed those weaknesses in just enough nightmare to make us doubt our own eyes. and they had almost won. "Front desk," Mara said. "Override panel is behind the desk." "To get there, we go through laundry, staff corridor, service stairs, lobby," Rowan said. "Or pool hallway," I said. They looked at me. The old pool hallway ran from the basement past the closed indoor pool and up by the west side of the lobby, near the broken window. It was longer, darker, and usually locked at the top. But Graham had stopped locking it after the pool dehumidifier failed because staff needed to check for leaks. I hated that hallway. Low ceiling, no windows, the smell of old chlorine trapped in concrete. But the east route was compromised. "Pool hallway," I said again. Mara nodded once. "Go." Rowan stayed with Lucas and the captured woman. Theo and I went with Mara. We moved fast through the basement, past Graham's office, past dry storage, into the old pool corridor. My foot made each step a private explosion. I used the wall to stay upright. Theo tried to take my arm. I shook him off until I nearly fell, then let him help without speaking. The old pool room was a dark rectangle behind fogged interior windows. The drained pool sat below, covered by a blue tarp sagging with old condensation. Our footsteps echoed strangely there. From behind us, the barricaded laundry door banged again and again, then stopped. That was worse. At the west stair, we climbed. The door at the top opened into the lobby behind the front desk. Pinehook's lobby was ruined. The west window had a jagged hole in it, curtains snapping inward, fake greenery scattered across the floor. Guests huddled near the fireplace and dining room entrance, wrapped in coats and blankets, some crying, some filming, because people will film anything if fear needs somewhere to go. A man held a towel to his bleeding forehead. A child sat under a table with headphones clamped over her ears. And near the front doors, a second hooded figure stood with one hand on the maglock panel. Not guest, not staff. They had the cover open and wires in their hand. Mara didn't hesitate. She crossed the lobby with the fireplace poker raised and screamed, away from my desk. The figure turned and ran for the broken window. Theo moved to intercept, but his injured hand slowed him. I threw the only thing I had, the ring of Graham's keys. It hit the figure in the side of the head, not hard enough to hurt much, but enough to make them stumble over a fallen suitcase. A guest, the bathrobe man from 213, stuck out one slippered foot. The figure went down. 3 guests piled on them. Messy, terrified, effective. Mara reached the panel behind the desk and slammed the manual override key into the slot. For 1 second, nothing happened. The lodge held its breath. Then the front door maglocks released with a heavy, beautiful clunk. The sound traveled through the lobby like a verdict. The doors opened under the force of the wind. Cold blasted in, but it was an exit. A real exit. A choice. Outside, through the storm, blue and red lights finally flashed at the far bend of the drive, still distant behind the plow, but coming. The alarm kept screaming. Lucas was still barely conscious. Anya was still upstairs with a broken ankle. Theo was bleeding. My foot was swelling inside my boot. Mara leaned over the desk, both hands planted, shoulders shaking so hard I thought she might collapse. Then the captured figure by the window began to sob. Not monster sounds, not animal sounds. A young man's sobs, high and panicked. The bathrobe guest looked up at Mara. "What the hell is happening?" Mara turned to me, and for the first time all night, she had no answer ready. I looked at the open doors, the snow blowing in, the police lights crawling closer, and the dark windows where our reflections had been replaced by the storm. "We're done pretending," I said. But even as I said it, I looked toward the east side of the building, toward the service yard, toward the handprint window, toward the places we still couldn't see. By the time the first firefighter stepped through Pinehook's front doors, the lobby looked like someone had shaken the lodge until all its private parts came loose. Snow blew in through the broken west window and melted in spreading puddles around the fake greenery. A trail map lay face down under someone's boot. The moose head over the fireplace had slipped crooked on its mount, so it stared at the floor like it had finally gotten embarrassed. Guests huddled in coats and bedspreads, their faces pale in the emergency lights, every one of them talking too loudly or not at all. The firefighter had ice crusted on the shoulders of his turnout coat. He took one look at the lobby, then at Mara behind the desk, with blood on her cheek and a fireplace poker still in her hand. "Who's in charge?" he asked. Mara opened her mouth. Nothing came out. So Rowan, who had a towel pressed around his hand and fire extinguisher powder in his eyebrows, said, "Currently, weather." The firefighter blinked once, decided not to waste time on that, and started giving orders. After that, the night became a set of separate rooms in my memory. In one room, paramedics cut my boot off because my foot had swollen too badly to remove it any cleaner way. They sliced through the leather with trauma shears while I sat on the lower stair and tried not to look at my toes. The sock beneath had gone dark and tight. When one of the EMTs pressed 2 fingers along the top of my foot, I made a sound that brought Theo's head around from across the lobby. "Don't look," I told him. He looked anyway. Theo Brandt, 26, male from Innsbruck, Austria, sat on the hearth while another EMT cleaned the bite on his forearm and checked the cut across his eyebrow where one of the intruders had slammed him into the stair rail. He kept trying to stand whenever someone said Lucas's name, which meant the EMT kept putting a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Sit down, man," with less patience each time. "I can walk," Theo said. "You can bleed while sitting," the EMT said. "Try that first." In another room of memory, Anya came down the stairs strapped into a stair chair, wrapped in 3 blankets with her injured ankle splinted, and her hair still damp from melted snow. She was awake, which felt like a victory, until I saw her face when they carried Lucas past her. Lucas Feld, 33, male from Germany, looked smaller on the stretcher than he had through the glass. They had stripped off his frozen sweater and wrapped him in heat packs and foil blankets that crinkled with every movement. His lips were bluish. There was dried blood along his temple and under his fingernails. One paramedic kept saying his name in a steady voice, not loud, not panicked, just persistent. "Lucas, stay with me. Open your eyes again. There you go." Anya reached for him. The firefighters paused long enough for their hands to touch. Not a dramatic grip, Her fingers brushed his knuckles. His hand twitched back. That was all either of them had strength for. Still, she cried like it was enough. Mara Pike, 34, female, from Manchester, New Hampshire, finally let go of the fireplace poker when a state trooper asked for it as evidence. Even then, she looked annoyed, as if he were taking away a tool she might need again. The trooper, a square-faced woman named Denise Carver, 47, female, from Barr, Vermont, wore her winter hat low and her expression flatter than the weather. She had that law enforcement calm that didn't mean she was unbothered. It meant she was sorting. "Start with the exits," Trooper Carver said. Mara nodded too fast. Front maglocks failed after the power dropped. Manual override worked once I got the key. Who had the key? Owner's office. Owner present. No. Convenient, Carver said, and wrote that down. Graham arrived 40 minutes later, after the plow had cleared enough of the drive for emergency vehicles to rotate through. He came in wearing an expensive parka over flannel pajama pants and boots with no socks, blinking at the broken window, the ruined lobby, the guests wrapped in lodge blankets, the police, the firefighters, the two handcuffed intruders seated apart near the dining room. Graham Noyes, 58, male, from Waterbury, Vermont, owned Pinehook Lodge with the exhausted pride of a man who called himself hands-on because he knew where the thermostat was. He looked first at the window, then the floor, then the front desk. Not at Mara, not at us, at the property. "My God," he said, "do you know what this is going to cost?" Mara turned so slowly that even Trooper Carver noticed. For a second, I thought Mara might hit him. Instead, she said, "Lucas Feld almost died outside your east door." Graham's face shifted in the delayed way of someone remembering people were included in an incident. "Of course. I'm not saying. You ignored the latch complaints. You ignored the generator conduit. You ignored the pool hallway. You kept the only manual override key in your office behind a keypad that died when the power did." His mouth opened and closed. Mara was shaking again, but her voice did not shake. "And I told you the east camera housing was frosting over last week." Trooper Carver's pen moved. Graham saw that and went quiet. The legal part did not unfold neatly. It never does, not at first. The two intruders we had caught gave fake names until the troopers separated them. The young woman with the broken wrist refused treatment until she nearly passed out. The younger man tackled near the front window cried until his nose ran into his scarf and kept repeating. It was supposed to be empty staff areas. We weren't supposed to hurt guests. No one believed him enough to comfort him. The taller man from the service yard was found 20 minutes after the doors opened. He had made it as far as the tree line before the cold, the extinguisher powder in his eyes, and whatever I had done to his knee stopped him. A K-9 unit did not arrive dramatically out of the storm. 2 firefighters and a trooper followed his boot tracks with headlamps and common sense. They found him behind the maintenance shed, half sitting in a drift, still carrying a pair of wire cutters and Graham's missing exterior release cover in his pack. His name was Eric Vale, 36, male, from Rutland, Vermont. The young woman was his sister, Tessa Vale, 24, female, also from Rutland. The The crying one was their cousin, Jonah Vale, 19, male, from Plattsburgh, New York. Human names, human ages, human stupidity sharpened into violence. That should have made the night easier to place in my head. It didn't. Trooper Carver questioned me in the dining room while an EMT wrapped my forearm. The cut from the box cutter needed stitches, but not urgently enough to bump me ahead of Lucas or Anya. My foot was probably broken. My teeth would not stop chattering, even after someone put a blanket around my shoulders. "Tell me about the handprint," Carver said. So I did. Kitchen window, 7 feet up, palm lines in frost. She asked me to show her when I could stand. I laughed once, because standing was currently a future tense activity. Theo showed them instead. He and one firefighter went around the kitchen side with a camera once the wind eased. They found boot marks on the buried propane cage below the window, exactly where Mara had guessed someone could climb. The handprint was real. Too high only because the snowbank and propane cage had made it possible. That was how most of the night explained itself when held under enough light. The second floor window face. Tessa on the service awning, wearing a child's helmet and white goggles, using the snow piled against the roofline to crouch near 217 long enough to be seen. Risky, but possible. The voices outside. A small battery speaker found under the east awning, wrapped in a plastic bag, paired to a phone in Eric's pocket. They had used recorded clips and live audio to call for help, to knock, to make the building seem surrounded by people who weren't moving right. The sensor alerts, magnets taped near door contacts, then pulled away by fishing line through gaps in frames, making doors report open even when locked. Crude, effective in an old building with cheap hardware. The frost on the inside of the camera housing. A punctured steam line in the laundry room directed toward the monitor and camera feed box, combined with freezing draft from the opened mudroom door. Not magic. Plumbing. The fire alarm. Jonah, panicking or following instructions, had pulled the alarm near the west stair when he thought Tessa was caught. That started the evacuation panic while the maglocks were still stuck. The motive took longer. Graham had bought Pinehook at foreclosure 12 years earlier from the Vale's uncle, according to Trooper Carver, and there had been lawsuits afterward. Debt. Accusations of forged maintenance records. A fatal fall on an iced service walkway before Graham owned the place, though depending on who told the story, Graham had used that accident to pressure the sale price down. The Vales believed he had ruined their family and then profited from the lodge they thought should have remained theirs. That was the version Carver gave us carefully, with words like alleged and ongoing investigation. Mara had another version. "None of that explains tonight," she said from the dining room bench, rubbing at the scratch on her cheek. "People sue. People hate each other. They don't dress like children and lure guests out windows." Trooper Carver looked at her for a long moment. Most people don't. That was as much agreement as she gave. By dawn, Pinehook had been emptied. Guests were taken to 2 nearby hotels and one school gym in Stowe that opened as a warming site. The Felds went by ambulance to Copley Hospital. Lucas survived, though I didn't know that until almost noon. hypothermia, frostbite on 2 fingers, a concussion, and a cracked rib. Anya's ankle was broken in 2 places from falling inside the room after trying to stop him from climbing out. Theo needed stitches in his eyebrow and antibiotics for the bite. Rowan had bruised ribs from wrestling the taller intruder back from the doorway, and a cough from inhaling extinguisher powder. Mara refused transport until Carver told her refusing treatment would not make her statement more official. She finally let an EMT clean the cut on her cheek while she sat behind the desk, as if abandoning the desk would make the whole building fall down. I went in the last ambulance shuttle, wrapped in blankets, 1 foot splinted, arm bandaged, hair still wet at the ends. As they carried me out, I looked back at Pinehook. The sky had gone the flat blue-gray of winter morning. Snow kept falling, but lightly now. The broken west window was boarded halfway with plywood. Yellow police tape fluttered near the east side. The front sign still glowed, PINEHOOK Lodge vacancy, because nobody had thought to turn it off. It looked almost ordinary. That was the worst of it. 3 weeks later, I went back to give a supplemental statement. Not because I wanted to, because Trooper Carver called and said there were details to clarify, and because avoiding things had stopped feeling like a personality trait and started feeling like a debt I was tired of paying. Pinehook was closed, officially for repairs. Unofficially, no one knew whether it would reopen. Graham's insurance company had questions. OSHA had questions. The fire marshal had many questions, and unlike Graham, he did not accept "I meant to fix that" as a repair category. Mara met me in the lobby with a paper cup of coffee and a face that had lost 10 years of hospitality polish. She was still working there. Temporarily, she said, helping with records, making sure Graham didn't misplace maintenance complaints. Her cheek had healed to a thin pink line. "You're limping less," she said. "You're smiling less. I'm conserving energy." The lobby smelled like plywood, cold ash, and disinfectant. The fireplace was empty. The fake greenery had been thrown out. Without guests, the lodge felt smaller, more embarrassed by itself. Theo came in through the dining room carrying a box of salvaged ski bindings. His stitches were out, but the bruising around his eye had gone yellow at the edges. He hugged me carefully, like we were both made of cracked plates. "Lucas emailed," he said. "Yeah," he said, "thank you." Also, he apologized for climbing out the window. "That feels very German of him." Theo smiled, but it faded fast. We didn't talk much about that night unless we had to. When we did, we kept it practical. Statements, timelines, injuries, insurance. We did not say the parts that still woke us up. The sound of the alarm failing, the mannequin helmet bobbing in water, the little wave from the man outside the door. Mara took me to the kitchen because Carver wanted me to point out where I had first seen the handprint. The window above the prep sink had been cleaned, of course. The propane cage outside was now shoveled clear and taped off. In daylight, with the snowbank cut down, it was obvious how someone could have climbed high enough to press a hand against the glass. "See," Mara said, "explainable, right?" Neither of us sounded convinced by our own relief. Carver arrived late, stamping snow from her boots. She had me walk her through the first minutes again. The print, the door alerts, the front window, the figure pointing to room 217. I told it in order. Order helped. When I finished, Carver flipped back through her notes. One inconsistency. Mara folded her arms. Only one, the kitchen print. Carver looked at me. You said the fingers were long. I said they looked long. We recovered gloves from all 3 suspects. Eric's matched the larger prints near the propane cage. Tessa's matched the small prints and the awning. Jonah's gloves were wet and torn from the lobby window struggle. And she glanced toward the window. The print on this kitchen glass had no glove texture. Bare hand. I looked at the pane. Clean now. Reflecting the prep table, the hanging pans, my own face. Lucas had bare hands outside, Mara said. He was never on this side of the building before he went down from 217, Carver said, based on tracks and statements. Could have been old, I said. Carver nodded. Could have. But she didn't write that down. Outside, snow slid from the kitchen roof and hit the ground with a heavy, wet thump. All 3 of us looked up. Then we laughed a little, because it was only snow, and because laughing was easier than admitting what our bodies had already done. The legal case moved forward without needing ghosts. The Vales were charged with burglary, assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, criminal mischief, and a stack of other things I only half understood. Graham faced investigations of his own for safety violations. Pinehook became local news for a week, then regional news for a day, then an internet story with a headline about fake monsters at Ski Lodge that made everything sound dumber than it had felt. People prefer horror when it can be summarized badly. Mara quit before mud season. Thea went back to Austria in April and sent me a photo from Innsbruck of a mountain restaurant with huge windows. His message said, "No one outside. Very boring. 5 stars." Rowan took a night auditor job at a hotel in Burlington with newer locks, and according to him, fewer vendettas per square foot. I left Pinehook too, not immediately. That would have felt too much like running. I stayed long enough to pack storage rooms, label incident files, and show the fire marshal every shortcut staff had taken, because management made the proper way difficult. Then I left before the lodge reopened under a new name. Now I work days at a gear shop where the doors are manual and the windows face a busy street. I still check reflections too often. I still don't like stairwells. When a customer taps on the glass after closing, I make them go around to the door camera before I even think about unlocking anything. Sometimes people ask whether the guests outside the windows really weren't human. I tell them no. They were human. That was the part that stayed with me. A storm didn't hate us. A building didn't trick us. The dark didn't plan. People did. People learned the shape of our fear and stepped into it wearing goggles, scarves, and child-sized jackets. They counted on us to hesitate, to explain away the wrongness, until the explanation became more dangerous than the thing itself. Most of the questions found answers. Most. 2 months after Pinehook closed, Mara mailed me a manila envelope with no note. Inside was a printed still from the kitchen camera, recovered from a backup drive Graham swore did not exist. The image was grainy, time-stamped 8:43 p.m., about 20 minutes before I saw the handprint. It showed the outside of the kitchen window. Snow, propane cage, the corner of the service yard, and a bare hand pressed flat against the glass. The body attached to it was outside the frame. No sleeve, no glove, just the hand, fingers spread wide, palm pale against the frost. On the back, Mara had written, "Carver says probably Eric before he put gloves on. Probably." I keep the photo in a drawer under my winter hats. I don't look at it much. But on nights when the wind scrapes ice pellets against my apartment window, I think about the print and how still a person has to stand to leave that much detail in frost. Not frantic, not rushing, patient, waiting to be noticed. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.